Hello, everyone. Welcome to day two of Glorium Technologies Tech Startup Growth Summit. My name's Adam English. I'm your host for today. So, continuing from yesterday's presentations, we went through a lot of different subject matters within growth and how it relates to startups. So, one of the major things that was covered was having a very strong mindset as far as the leadership as well as the team members, and also the ability to adapt and be flexible to the ever incoming changes of what entails in the startup journey. So, in today's segment of our summit, we're going to continue that journey and getting into the nuances of what that adaptability and flexibility means, and especially what that means towards creating a successful startup. Now, there's many good ideas out there, without a doubt, but execution at the end of the day is the name of the game. So the question is, how do we get there? And how do we manage and how do we juggle all of these simultaneous obligations, duties, and how we manage the unexpected and you could say the types of issues that can be mitigated as well. Such information is not exactly convenient. Hence, the inherent value of having conferences and summits, such as this, to essentially make this type of information more accessible and digestible for the viewership. And this is something I repeated yesterday, but I firmly believe, and I don't think this is a novel idea, that time and information are our most valuable assets. As we go about our business day in and day out. So often to start at step one, where if the person has little to no context for a lot of this, it can be a very, very daunting journey to decipher and ascertain where to start. So with presentations such as this, with Glorium Technologies Tech Startup Growth Summit, we streamline that. And we really do maximize both the time of our viewership and audience, as well as the quality of information and data that is being conveyed. So what I would like to do right now is to warmly introduce our first guest of today, Jeff Abney. He's in charge of growth at Gluent. And the title of our first presentation today is Be Urgent, Yet Patiently Persistent. Actually, he is on his way, so I will banter with you all for another moment. So, going off of some of these themes, as I discussed earlier, maximizing your time and maximizing both your access and use and quality of data is very, very important. Now, I am a huge history nerd and just kind of nerd in general, and I, devour and get books constantly. However, when it comes to starting a startup and then creating that MVP, for the product or service, it's not something you can necessarily take on from a very open-ended perspective. There has to be a series of systems and processes to manage the morale, resources, and energies rather, of the respective members of the team. And like I mentioned earlier, there's many, many good ideas out there, but often, as the quote goes, the devil is in the details. And understanding those details and being cognizant of those details and being able to foresee potential issues, obstacles, and you could say areas where one can succeed and kind of benefit from certain openings and gaps that, let's say, the circumstances may present. Having that information in mind is going to be the type of tool that's going to allow the team members and leadership to identify opportunities and obstacles. So without, let's say, having this type of information, those things, opportunities and obstacles, those things can get conflated, especially within the heat of the moment and putting together a very, very passionate and energetic project. And throughout my time in the Web3 and blockchain space, I've been a part of startups. I've consulted. I've consulted, in a professional capacity, for different startups, and worked in many other various aspects of, blockchain and crypto and NFT and metaverse projects. So, anecdotally speaking, there is a formula for success. Now, I don't think it's going to be per se exact for every project or company, but I do feel there are fundamentals that need to be learned and executed when putting together, a successful project. Whether that be a product or a service. And I think actually respecting those practical realities is absolutely important. To say the very least. I think people who create startups with the intent of manifesting a great service or product, I think one of the motivations is to really create a better world in some degree. However, it may go to naught unless these principles are recognized and learned and executed in a proper way. Now, I don't think necessarily everything is going to be perfect, but it sure as hell is a better policy to at least work and strive towards perfection in each in each step of that process. So whether it's creating systems and processes and being cognizant and mindful of the nuances and the little details, whether it's through operations or finance or regulatory aspects, and especially when it comes to blockchain and just DeFi generally speaking, regulatory aspects and those nuances and details are very, very important. And despite the promise and the potential of an idea, there are practical realities that teams have to work within if they want to essentially bring that type of project and and vision to life. And I will say, one of the more promising things about Web3 and startups, generally speaking, that there is a natural inclination for people to collaborate in this space, and I don't think that's necessarily natural or kind of the baseline orientation for a lot of other industries and parties and individuals within those industries as well. So I do think ultimately this space is going to produce a lot of successful startup companies, and these companies are going to end up being major brands that are going to bring context to our everyday lives in the very near future. But whether it's sports, whether it's academics, whether it's putting together a very successful startup company, certain principles have to be acknowledged, respected, and and learned. And I think the beauty of summits like this is that this saves the viewership time and energy to seek those answers out from having to parse through and filter through numerous sources. And I will have to say, for anybody who's doing anything in Web3, especially in this day and age, there's so much information out there. You could say there's almost an information overload, information surplus even, and a lot of disinformation out there. So you could say one of the main issues I've encountered with other teams that I've worked with is, where do I start? Who are the better sources, and what type of sources, as far as information, should one stay away from? So having these type of conferences can essentially operate as a compass and at least point one or a team in the right direction into ascertaining which way to go with this and what information to carry with you as you go about in these logical in these logical steps. And since this is the Web3 space, we're in the middle of effectively what's been dubbed as the fourth industrial revolution. Startups will be creating the foreseeable short-term and long-term future as we know it. And I think, of course, for anybody who's in this space, and I think anybody, just generally speaking, should have a vested interest in the success of startups, growth, and the manifestation of successful, meaningful projects, that are gonna add greater context and in fact make all of our lives better. I don't think anybody goes into this space purely kind of motivated by mere material aims. In my experience, startups and their respective teams, everybody and this is expressed differently, but everybody has some sort of aim, motivation, inspiration to at least improve some sort of aspect of society, through a product, through a service, through a DApp, whether it's through a crypto token or a metaverse platform, or even or through NFTs. These all have very, very well-meaning aims to it. But it's great to have well-meaning aims, but of course, execution is very, very important. So since we do have the benefit of having these guests today, we get to really explore and deep dive into that, and essentially save ourselves a lot of time and get to the point as to which steps one needs to take when they are when they're going about this journey. And from a pure historical context, as we're seeing right now, 2022 has really showed the world, regardless of where you are, of the various inefficiencies, vulnerabilities, and pain points that are shared across societies, across the world. And doing the same old is not going to improve things over time. And in fact, it will only, either stagnate and make things worse. So, it's going to be up to the dreamers. It's going to be up to the mavericks. It's going to be up to the real, you could say, spirited vagabonds in the startup space to stick to their guns, as they would say, and charge forward in spite of everything to realize the success of their projects. And in fact, those are often the change makers. It's going to be the people, the teams that are brave enough, and you could say are able to persevere and really bet on themselves despite the surroundings, to make these projects and these dreams effectively work. So whether it's we saw a lot of this during Web 2 and the dot-com era in the late 90s, early 2000s, and you could say the many champions that came out of that. We have Amazon and Google, to name some as well. These are often teams. You're not starting at an ideal status quo where you're doing something that is easy, something that's not controversial, something that's just kind of generally, accepted. I think if you're in the startup space, you have to have the type of thick skin, and you have to have the type of intuition to be willing to be disruptive as you create a solution. And often, solutions are disruptive in the most positive type of way. And in fact, if anything, I would say startups are almost like generators. They're ecosystems of positive disruption. And these are going to be the things that are going to be kind of almost made into the pop culture and context of our everyday lives. People say, hey, Google this, go Facebook that person. These are examples of that type of success. And because we don't know what the future has in store, we don't know what and which startups are going to really explode and do well, and do so well where their brand becomes a crucial part almost of our everyday vernacular. Let's say right now, people will say Google this to search for something, or Facebook that person. We have no idea, the champions of tomorrow that are going to essentially build and improve these parts of society. And in fact, become even a part of our language and just overall thinking and concept of how we view ourselves and how we view the rest of the world. So just to double check, is our guest here? Team? Okay. Well, looks like our guest, our first speaker, is running a little bit late today, and that's totally fine. It's no problem at all. But I can at least talk a little bit about the proposed subject matter for the first discussion. Be urgent yet patiently, persistent, so to say. So this is going to be scaling, sales and growth activity. Creating essentially a customer feedback loop. This is going to be, tracking activity and results, and the art of the follow-up. I think when it comes to building a product, building those sales channels, building that customer base, there's a lot of small details that I think are often taken for granted, and I think you could say common practice, to say the very least. And I will say, in various roles I've done, in business development and building sales channels, I will say the art of the follow-up is so crucial. I think half the battle is building a relationship before you actually start selling something, before you start essentially creating, that customer, out of a lead effectively. So, these little things are very, very important, and more so nowadays, nobody wants to per se be sold to. People kind of want to connect first on a very human level. So, one of those things, that is particularly important. And also, the customer feedback loop. So, well, anyway, we do have another guest coming up right now. So, enough of my banter. I would like to introduce our guest, Lenore Cantor, the founder and chief growth officer at Growth Warrior.
Hi.
Hi, Lenore. Nice to meet you, and thank you for coming on today.
It's great to be here. Sorry, I was just making a last minute update to my presentation. So yeah, it's good to join you. I had the opportunity to listen in yesterday, and I really enjoyed a lot of the conversation on leadership. I got some LinkedIn tips. So I want to thank you and Glorium for inviting me, because it's a great forum. I have my fan blowing, so do I look like I'm in the? Just my AC is not set up, but yeah, it's good to be here, and I'm looking forward to connecting with everyone here.
Perfect. Glad to have you here.
Do you want me to put my presentation on screen?
Yes, please, by all means.
All right, give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Let me do it full screen. How is that?
All right, I can see it.
Actually, I guess I can do it. I can do it the full way, then I just can't see you. Sorry, wait. Give me 1 second. Okay. And then I'll go full screen. All right, great. Well, as I said, it's really a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I am going to be talking about the elements of essential growth marketing. Can I just ask a question? Adam, how do I do the presentation and still see you? I don't know how to do both of that, because if I do full screen, it takes up everything.
Sure. Well, as the screen is right now, I can see your presentation, and I can also see both mine and your screen as well.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So can you see it? Because it doesn't, it looks
Yes.
like it's now off. You can see my cover page on the screen. There we go. All right, awesome. Perfect. Okay, good. So anyway, delighted to be here with all of you talking about the elements of essential growth marketing. And I am looking forward to talking with you about this framework and also giving you a little bit about my background. And since we have a little extra time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. So excited to get into it. So why is startup growth different than other forms of growth? Well, what makes the startup space sort of even more intense is the expectations of 15% or more a year annual growth. So I like to think of this as survival of the fittest, survival of the fastest, and survival of the smartest, right? It's not just about, coming up with a good idea. It's really about making it to the finish line. And that requires a certain amount of, ability to really be able to.
Oh, hi, Lenore. Just to interject quickly.
Right strategy.
Oh, hi, Lenore. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, hi. The team is just requesting
Yes,
that you go full screen with your presentation.
Okay. If I go full screen, I can't see the comments. So that's the only thing, Adam. So jump back in and let me, just say something because it takes over my full screen.
Will do.
So, okay. Great. So thank you for that feedback, and I'm going to turn the volume up so I can hear you better. Great. So, just getting into the differences here. The fittest is how lean are you? How strategic are you around managing your resources, your finances? How fast are you? How quickly can you pivot and get to market? And then the smartest are the ones who do that combination of both, where they really focus very early and very quickly on the right clients and the right product market fit, and then are able to execute. So these elements are key to being successful. And here's why, those things are so critical is the statistics are pretty sobering, right? Only 2 in 5 startups are actually profitable. And then 1 in 3 will break even, and another 1 in 3 will only lose money as they continue to scale. And of course, that's for the ones that make it, that lucky 10%. As many of you may know, 90% of startups fail, 10% within their first year and 70% within 2 to 5 years. So what's going on? Why is it that startups fail? There are many reasons, but here are the top 4. Over 40% actually don't really understand their marketplace. Either they anticipate there's a demand when there isn't, or they go in the wrong direction and identify the wrong segments to focus, so they're not able to adapt quickly. Obviously, funding, as we talked about, is so key. So a lot of organizations will run out of either outside funding, angel money, or seed investment, or for those who are bootstrapping, they just don't have enough money to keep it going. The founding team is actually a very critical element, and I see this a lot, particularly in my work with co-founders and high growth organizations. You really need to have a strong group of leaders are able to work together effectively. So this can easily disrupt a company that's not set up to do that well. And then in the last situation, sometimes the competitors are faster, smarter, and sort of hit the nail on the head, and that can happen very easily. I've seen companies that have 2 products, and in one case, the product that was better, arguably it had better technology and better value for the customer, wasn't as successful. Why? They didn't nail their marketing, or the other business kind of capitalized on a segment and was able to get traction and then expand from there. So these are just some of the elements to be thinking about as for those of you who are in high growth companies or looking to work for high growth companies, or just thinking about, you know, the growth overall of any business you're working with. So my goal today is to share a growth framework that I've used to highlight some of the challenges that we've already started to look at around, you know, what comes up for companies as they're exploring a growth strategy, and then what are some successful ways that you might be able to address the challenges that arise. So just a quick background on me. I'm a growth guide for navigating change. I really am an expert in starting, scaling, and shifting. That's the work that I do as a strategic consultant. I've acted as an outsourced chief marketing officer. I'm an executive and leadership coach for a number of high growth companies and leaders. And my background was more than 20 years as a corporate marketing executive. I was the spokesperson for 2 publicly traded companies, 10 mergers and acquisitions, and an IPO. So I've been in the space a lot. My expertise tends to be in B2B, helping companies to position themselves as a change agent. I've launched over 100 products and services, and in a lot of my work, I started my own business 9 years ago. I've acted as a startup advisor, mentor, and judge for various venture competitions, working with different accelerators and incubators. What I like to say is, you know, I've been through the growth process. One of the companies that I was at, I helped take from 150 to 300 employees. We then went public and were acquired by a company with 50,000 employees. So I've seen what that's like to grow and scale a business. I've also worked with spin-offs and independent subsidiaries, and also, you know, very early stage and funded startups. So I've seen the range, and then having run my own business, that gives me a particularly unique perspective into what it really takes to get something going. So what I find is sometimes with startups, there's this chicken or egg challenge. And this comes up for many different businesses. But what will often happen is there'll be a business idea, a product, or technology in search of a client, right? So, you know, some founder has this idea, they think it's great. Now they got to figure out who's going to buy it. So this happens a lot. There's nothing wrong with this strategy. It just means you really have to hone in on the right markets quickly in order to get traction. As a marketer, our goal is to understand what clients need and offer them an elegant solution. So I call that sort of the sweet spot. You know, you'd say the gold star, in this case, the green star, but that your solution is actually really addressing a need that exists in the market. The reason this is so important is then you know the client needs what you have to offer. So you'll hear me getting into this a little bit more. The 5 essential growth marketing elements we're going to be looking at today are starting with the why. Like, what is the mission of your organization? This is the fundamental underlying basis for why your business exists. That is key. From there, we want to make sure you got your who in place. Do you have the right people to bring your vision to reality? Then there's the what, your position. What is it that you're doing, you're offering? What do you stand for? When are you going to bring it to market? That's your timing. And then which offering, the product. So these elements are key to a successful growth strategy. And we're going to explore each of them in a little more detail. But it's essential to be thinking about all of these things, because when you don't have them all in place, you kind of can struggle. So a successful high growth business has the right people, focus on the right mission, delivering the right product with the right positioning at the right time, right? So what can happen, I've seen in certain situations, you have an amazing product, but you haven't figured out how to articulate that differentiation, and maybe you're too early, so people don't buy what you have, and competitors who come along later might have a different way of approaching things. You can have amazing people, but if your product sucks, good luck. You're not going to find a market for it, right? And just because you have a big vision, like we want to change the world, that's amazing. But unless you're able to translate that in a way that makes a tangible impact, it's really just a dream. So all of these things are really essential. So here's the framework that I use when I'm working with both individuals and organizations, because I actually think both are key, right? An organization without individuals who are aware and leading is not going to be particularly effective. And leaders that find themselves in an organization that's not aligned with their vision aren't going to be able to be as successful as they want to be. So I actually work with organizations and individuals in both ways. So the focus areas that I care about are the mission, the message, the market, and then manifesting. So that's really where I spend my time. And then how I work with people is I help them to realize, where are they now? What is it that they want to create? Where are the gaps? And then what could be possible? And in order to get to that future state, often they need to release. It can be letting go of old approaches. It can be letting go of the wrong people on the team, the wrong strategy, the wrong market segment, attitudes that aren't helpful, so that they can really focus on their strengths and go after new opportunities. And often that involves reimagining, creating new possibilities for them to move forward so they can be both authentic and aligned. So a lot of my work with organizations is particularly around this repositioning process and rebranding, helping them step into what they really want to create so they can be more effective. So let's get into the mission. So I think it's essential to start from the inside out. Why does your company exist? What's your purpose? What is the big change you're creating? And then do you have a really clear vision that everyone understands? So, just to give you some examples of big visions, some of you may have heard of the BHAG, the Big Hairy Audacious Goal. So you want to really think of the impact that you're going to make. Are you trying to change an industry paradigm, creating a new business model, transforming workflow processes? Maybe you want to improve the transparency through data in your business. These are just some examples. And here are some real-world mission statements that can be really helpful. So Amazon is striving to offer customers the lowest possible prices, best selection, and utmost convenience. And for those of us who are Prime customers, we know that's kind of what we're getting from them. Patagonia, a visionary company I'm a huge fan of, their vision is huge. They want to save the planet, and we experience that in how they operate, how they design their clothing, and everything about their philosophy is reflected in how they look to really run that business. Facebook is helping people connect with friends, discover what's going on in the world, share and express what matters to them. I think their mission is some sort of personal empowerment platform. Obviously, they sometimes have other objectives, but that's what they aspire to. And Netflix, not being shy, wants global entertainment distribution service to be the best in the world, global domination, right? Nothing wrong with that either. So knowing what you want and really aligning what you're doing around delivering this is so key. So the challenges that come up often organizations really aren't clear on their vision or purpose. And until they get that alignment, for the people who work there, it can be sort of confusing. Like, are we going after this customer? Are we focused on the product? It's sort of hard to identify with a company when you're not really sure why they exist. And this also leads to, sometimes it's just a product in search of a customer. That is fine, but a product does not a business make, right? A product can be an offering, but that's different than really delivering long-term strategic value that's sustainable. I often find that new founders will have an idea with the goal of selling immediately, right? That's okay, but using an exit strategy to drive decisions also can sometimes work against long-term sustainability. And related to this is when you only focus on your price and profits without delivering true value for customers, that's where you can have challenges. So always come back to what is the customer need that you're solving and what is the impact that you hope to make. So the next aspect we're going to look at is, do you have the right players? Who is on your leadership team? Now, clearly, you want the right individuals throughout your organization, but the leadership team are really the drivers. They're the folks who are helping to set the strategic direction. You want to make sure that they've got the right expertise, they share in the vision, they have the same values, and the priorities for the business are really clear, so everyone is on the same page. I've seen that co-founders who've worked together in the past often have a playbook that they use that helps them to be really successful in moving forward. Having relevant industry expertise is super important. Having a great attitude can go a long way when you're early in your career, but really when you're trying to target specific industry segments, you want to know you've got people that understand it. Now, being outsiders can work to your advantage too, as long as you know how to execute. And I've found that particularly early on, companies will bring in generalist folks who are good at doing a lot of things, but as a company scales, you really need to have the relevant expertise as you're growing. So in that case, specialists may be needed. And having a strategic advisory board can be super helpful in bringing in some of that outside experience when needed. So challenges that I see come up and companies struggle with is when the roles are not clearly defined. So again, early on, everyone's doing a little bit of everything, but as the company goes, it becomes important to differentiate who's going to be managing the client relationship, who's doing sales and business development, does somebody own the marketing strategy, right? And then communicating the expectations. This is what we're going to do. These are the growth metrics that we're going to go after. Super important. Companies don't often understand what are the true drivers of their revenue. And so sometimes they focus on the wrong things. Open rates and click-through, that's great, but if people aren't actually using your service over time and re-engaging constantly because they're doing other things, that's not going to help you get the traction you want. Sometimes this cultural element is pretty critical and sort of subtle, where the norms are clear. Okay, we expect you to work 8 in the morning until 8 at night, but they're not explained. We have an open door policy, you can tell us, whatever you want. But when that's not enacted, that creates conflict where people believe they're going to do one thing and they find something else. So creating agreements about how we're going to make decisions is key. Listen, there are CEOs who own the process. They're going to make the last call. That's fine. They should make that clear. I decide. If you're trying to be collaborative, though, you really want to make sure that that is, in fact, part of your culture and DNA and how your company operates. Otherwise, there can be this lack of accountability where things don't get done and nobody's called out on it or called in on how they can really do what they need to do. And as I mentioned before, having a great attitude is really helpful, but if individuals don't have the skills you need, they may not be the right fit for your organization. This is actually one of the hardest things for founders early on is, they bring people in that they like, but that person's not the right fit, and it's hard for them to let the person go. But truly, that is the right thing for the organization, and knowing when to make those calls is key. And so you need the right talent for the growth stage that you're at. Now we're going to talk a little bit about messaging. So the key to messaging is knowing who you are, define your strengths. What is it that makes your company unique? How are you different from your competitors? What is it that you care about? And having a distinct point of view can really make a difference. So a lot of the ways companies differentiate themselves is by being better, faster, or cheaper. These are some of the, the most common. But if you can help your clients to increase their sales, be more profitable, be more successful or efficient in their business, are you delivering something in real time that they used to have to wait for, and you can give them superior outcomes and demonstrate results, that is going to go a long way to helping them want to work with you. So some different models or ways of differentiating have been, okay, it's a SaaS model, or we have a subscription platform. We help you do things much faster because we can get up and running within weeks instead of months. We have a full solution that includes not just the technology, but the service and support. I mean, I see a lot of the online platforms now, everything is virtual, but that doesn't mean that they're giving you the level of support that you need. So solutions that really ensure that when you implement something, you're going to be successful, that can make a difference. Are they solving a challenge in a unique and different way? This is when you're really a disruptor in your industry and trying to get people to think differently about things. There's a learning curve, but if people get it, that can really be a game changer. And I think it's super important to own who you are. You have tech company 1, tech company 2. They have a similar product, but fundamentally they will be different. Some companies have, a huge focus on technology, some focus on marketing. One is not better than the other. It's really a question of knowing what is it that you are best at and then leading with it. So what is it that makes your company unique? The challenges that I often find are companies want to copy other market players. So they're new to a market, they see the leader and they think, oh, let's steal from their playbook and try and kind of go against them or, do something that they see working. That's okay to a point, but it's hard to become a leader if you're following what someone else is doing. So you need to know what's your secret sauce. And you need to promote the real differentiators that make a difference to clients. So I had a client I loved working with. They were brilliant technologists. They came out of the gaming industry. Their tech kit was superior to anyone else's in the industry. They had like a 99.99% uprate. They didn't want to talk about it because it wasn't 100%. And I said, are you kidding? Your competitors are at like 97%. Like, why wouldn't you let people know in an industry that cares about reliability and stability that you are way better than the alternatives available? So knowing what's true for you and what makes you distinct is super valuable, because when you don't communicate it, people won't know. So communication makes a difference, and I really recommend focusing on what you do best. let's get into the marketing a little more. So marketing can really help you stand out from the crowd. And knowing who your audience is can also be helpful. So choosing an industry vertical, knowing which country or region you're focused on. You know, things that are true in the US are very different than other markets, Asia, Europe, Latin America, Africa, right? It's different in different countries. It might even be different in different states, right? If you're operating in Pennsylvania, the laws and the regulations might be completely different than if you go to Alabama. So you need to know where you're operating, why, who you're going after, what types of companies, what are their distinct characteristics, and then ultimately, who is the target audience and decision maker that you need to be connecting with. So in some cases, you want to go for the CEO, but if you've got a technology solution, maybe the CTO is your decision maker, or the chief revenue officer, or the chief operating officer, or some other CXO. But you need to know for the service and product and solution that you have, ultimately, who is the buyer. It isn't always the CEO. They may be an influencer. So you really need to know who does make the ultimate buying decision. And owning that niche can be helpful. Having a distinct brand personality. When I work with companies and we help them define their brand, it's always really helpful to look at the competition out there. What are they doing and what makes them different? Because every company really does have a different personality in terms of how they present themselves, their leadership team, the topics that they talk about. So knowing how to set yourself up to be different is helpful. So also thinking about where and how you show up and being selective about your channels. You don't need to be everywhere, right? Of course, it's helpful when prospective clients see you in different places. You know, I love surround sound, but when you're starting out, sometimes it can be very helpful to choose a certain channel that you're going to focus on and really try and own that to differentiate yourself. So this is something I think one of the speakers yesterday may have mentioned. We can't be all things to all people. That does not serve us, right? We are much more effective when we are something to someone, right? They know who we are and what we have to offer them. And they choose us because they know that we really understand their specific needs. It's important to understand your buyer. Where are you in their purchase process? Have they already made up their mind when they come to you, or can you influence them earlier on to motivate them to make a change and use your service? You want to know, where are they? Are they at industry conferences? Are they online? Where online are they, right? So going where they are is the best place to build those connections. So a lot of startups that have technology and product expertise don't always understand the marketing aspects, but having a consistent brand, it's powerful leverage, because when prospective customers see you, if you are the same everywhere you show up and that has an integrity to it, then you come across as authentic. When you're unclear or you sort of look different everywhere you are, your colors, your logo, your brand, your message, people aren't going to get it. You actually have to work twice as hard to cut through, whereas if you streamline and focus, you can be more like an arrow and hit your target. And also some other elements here are speaking the client's language. I see this happen a lot with companies that enter new markets. They don't always understand who they're speaking to and how it might be different than where they came from. And I don't just mean that if you're moving from Spain to France, you have to switch from Spanish to French. I mean, if you move from one industry vertical to another, often the jargon and lingo in your new industry may be completely different. So the last thing I would say is, understanding how your buyer behaves can be important. So making sure you really know who your ideal target is and understanding how to reach them is important. All right, let's talk about how to manifest. So this is called making it happen, right? How do you engage your clients, right? When and where are you connecting with them? So timing is important. Being with them at the point that they're making a decision, getting ahead of that is critical. Having my own business, it's always so frustrating when I realize somebody has already, chosen some option because I was too late to the game. So getting in there and sort of building relationships so that people consider you as one of their options when they're ready to pull the trigger can be important. And being in the right places is very essential. So many businesses early on will find strategic partners, and understanding who is going to refer you, who are other influencers can make a difference. So you might want to be considering vendor integrations if you haven't. That can be particularly powerful for many technology providers. Linking your product to important events, knowing when, if somebody or if a company is going through some change process and your solution can help them, linking what you do to that can make a difference. Are there important milestone dates that you want to align around? And can you find fewer channels that you go deep in where you really build your community? So again, we talked about, do you understand at what points your buyer is making decisions? What are the triggers for their decisions? And can you get in front of the key decision makers early enough? So make sure that you can really explain the value of your product. I work with a lot of sales organizations, and sometimes they don't always know how to articulate what it is that makes them different and the final impact, right? They can talk a lot about the products, features, and functionality. We use this technology and but if you don't explain, well, once you implement our solution, you're going to increase your revenues, you're going to have a faster turnaround time, you're going to be able to respond to clients. Like, that is key, being able to describe the benefit. And sometimes we focus on the wrong people. Maybe here we try to influence, let's say, the CEO, when really the ultimate buyer is, somebody who's in an operations role or the technology officer. So make sure you understand your key buyer behaviors. So just to wrap up here, successful high growth companies identify a clear target market, they understand their buyers, they can demonstrate and explain to end users the value of their product and benefits. They're integrated into the client experience and the market. They really understand the space that they're playing in. They've got the best talent. They're able to execute. They can drive user engagement to achieve their performance goals. So just to summarize, what I hope you took away from what I've shared is, the more clear you are on your goal, it's going to help you. Having a focused mission makes a huge difference. Defining your customer means you understand your market. Knowing yourself means that your product has a clear value that you then communicate through your message. When you hire great talent, they will help you. I'm thinking here, sometimes you can actually accomplish more with less people if you have the right people, and that is invaluable. Finding the right channels and being there at the right time will help you to manifest if you stay the course and execute. So, just to wrap up, I'd love to hear where you will focus and if there was anything that you learned from what I shared and if there are any questions that you have. And I am going to stop sharing and come back to the group.
Got it. Well, I have to say, Lenore, that was an excellent presentation, very enlightening. And in fact, off the bat, I have a few questions. Certainly some of the points you raised, made me think of a few things. So, when it comes to you could say the founding team, obviously having a very, you could say, well-oriented and positive founding team is very, very important. And, just anecdotally speaking, through my experience, when it comes to founding teams, having that great morale can either be the most empowering thing, especially, in light of maybe, let's say, lack of, resources or time, but a negative morale is easily one of the most, destructive elements, so to say. So I'm wondering, within your experience, what are some of, you could say, the preemptive red flags you could perhaps offer and articulate to a startup to kind of maybe see these things well ahead of time? Because sometimes it seems like in startups, because there's so much chaos, things either creep up either because everybody's so busy, because everybody's kind of wearing this very almost like this generalist jack of all trades type of hat, or B, everybody has their biases because a lot of times people start these ventures with their friends or their classmates or people that they just already know.
Actually, I've dealt with those situations plenty of times. I think pretty early when there's tension. And I would say the biggest issue that I see is there's a lack of agreement and clarity around who's going to do what and how we're going to make decisions. I think putting that in place can make a huge difference. So first of all, particularly friends dealing with friends or people who don't know each other, sometimes they get uncomfortable setting up founder agreements. But if you don't put that in place, you're not protecting yourself, you're not protecting your organization. So that's okay, the legal, if we decide to exit, how do we manage it? But even at a more basic level, who's going to make the ultimate decision? Is it we need unanimous majority? Is the CEO going to call the final shots? Whatever. So that can be a starting point. And if you feel the tension and you're not sure you can navigate it on your own, because it can be very difficult when you're dealing with power dynamics. So in those cases, bring in a coach, someone who can moderate and guide people through. You want to have a neutral and safe space because these things are so emotionally fraught, not to mention, there's often money involved and people's livelihoods. So you really want to find a way to come together. I always believe there's a way through, but sometimes it can be helpful to have someone facilitate that process.
Yeah, absolutely. And, kind of going back to the mission, element of, your process, I've consulted on projects where I've said something along the lines of, why are you doing this? And I either get two responses, and this isn't actually as an insult. I really feel this is like a learning experience for everybody, but I get either crickets or it's kind of like, this is a life-changing idea that's going to change the world, and it's going to be. So I find myself at times in a situation where it's like, okay, we have to break these down. We have to break these down into smaller things. And so we can articulate this and really ascertain who we're looking to, market this and provide this either product or service to. But I will say, sometimes that process gets a little rocky because I think there's a lot of feelings or ego and a lot of, I guess you could say, emotional, psychological investment in it. And I am relatively new at this, but, seeking your expertise, how have you guided people through that to articulate their why? Because like I said, in my, anecdotal experience, I've gotten either crickets or kind of like those emotional whirlwind type of discussions. And it takes like
Yeah.
a significant amount of energy to then just kind of steer that back into place.
Yeah, it's well, you've definitely highlighted many aspects of the team dynamics, right? Which are, the ego and sort of I find it can be very hard to say, we don't know who we're going after. And
Right.
then let's take some time to figure it out, right? That's a very strategic focus. It can be hard for people to do that. Why? In a startup, you're running out of money, you have pressure to execute, right? So you get focused on the tactics. But taking that time to actually identify, well, why are we doing this? It makes a huge difference. And
Right.
because then you actually know this is where we're going. This is our audience. It's like your North Star. It helps you make decisions on product features and everything. So I do think that that's an underrated place. And sometimes it takes companies until they've got 50 employees and they realize, oh my God, we better put this in writing. But I think the sooner and clearer you can be, at least on what your initial vision is, the better. And then, I liked your example of the oh, we're going to change the world. Well, that's beautiful.
Right.
I love a big vision. But let's bring it down to reality. Like, what's the little thing that you're going to deliver in the short term? You can have the bigger vision, but the mission is, all right, what are we going to do now? Maybe the mission changes, but the vision, it can shift. Maybe you think you're going to do one thing, you go down that path and you realize, oh, we're just not getting the traction. You might need to change, right? But at least start going in a direction that's clear so people can get on board with it.
Right. And kind of going into that as well. So I've done quite a bit of pitching in front of VCs and to a lesser extent family offices. So I've worked on numerous white papers before, and I think that kind of goes to kind of articulating and filtering the vision. But kind of going on to some of what you said, I've also encountered situations where I've, at least in my practical experience, will change things on, let's say, a white paper or pitch deck, because I'm thinking to myself, the person on the other side of this conversation, what do I think they want to hear to make this as intuitive as possible? To make it easy on the listener. I've also, in my experience, have gotten pushback where it's like, no, if you remove this, you're removing like the heart and soul. And I've kind of had these conversations where I'm like, listen, we can't be thinking in these terms quite just yet. We want to make this very digestible, at this point as well. I was, like I said, some of those kind of end up being kind of more difficult, conversations, to have, to say the very least, kind of changing those aspects.
Yeah, I would agree. The messaging is super important and not so easy. Like, it takes a lot of work to simplify to the core. And that's where the mission vision is super important. So when you know who you're targeting and why and how you're going to help them, then you align your message with that. This is where I think, again, a lot of technologists, love them. They're innovative, creative, but sometimes they don't understand that it's not about the technology. It's about the benefit. So it's really about not that you're a SaaS platform that's leveraging AI and crypto. Who gives a shit? Like, so is everyone else.
Yes, exactly.
Like that's great, but that doesn't mean anything to me. Who are you helping and how and why did you choose that platform? Like it doesn't ultimately matter how you're doing it. What matters is your impact. So I think that people underestimate the importance of the message because it's hard to get to that, and it's not always people's strength. But the more time spent on that, the better. And and you've probably seen this, who gets funded, but the folks who kind of have the clear message that everyone gets, right? Like
Make it easy for the
that.
listener. That's
Oh yeah.
my main sentiment. At least when I either advise or work in that type of capacity to fine tune things. Make it easy for the listener. Make it as intuitive as possible, where somebody can make a decision as soon as possible. I think. I think this is a term we've all heard in school, but oftentimes less is more, and kind of actually, as you said, with teams, it's
Yeah.
sometimes actually better to have a smaller team of just very efficient people versus just kind of
Yeah.
too many people, and it's just kind of too much to I don't know, manage or organize or whatever.
Yeah, I would also add on the point about the message is you do need to know your audience, right? So a lot of founders don't realize that they need different messages depending on who they're speaking to. So the things you say to the client are not the things that you're going to say to a funder, or the things that
Right.
you might say to a customer, or let's say a media person. Like, you need to have different things that you communicate in different environments in different ways. So
Very
I
well
came
said.
out of trading and financial services. Like traders, I used to say, they have the attention span of a gnat, right? If you can't say what you need to
Right,
say
yeah.
within 10 seconds, like
Yeah.
they're not giving you the time of day.
Like
So
an
you
abridged
need to
elevator pitch almost. It's like it's almost
yes, you
even briefer
need
than
your
that.
hook. Yeah. Yeah, you need to know what people care about and why. So sometimes
Very well said,
having
yeah.
that big idea really can make a big difference.
Wonderfully said. And my follow-up question is actually one of, I guess you could say, the big M's in these situations.
Yeah.
Money. These are often very, difficult and muddy waters to navigate. So I'm wondering, from your expertise and your experience, how do you deal with startups who are very passionate, but are either,
Yeah.
have little to no funding, and like
Yeah.
big goals, but very, you could say, vague tactics to getting there? Like, how
Yeah.
do you I guess my question is, how do you remove people from their ego and say, listen, this is
Yeah.
what it is right now based on what you have?
I'm assuming you're asking as an advisor.
Yeah.
You can only say to people what you observe, and they will either listen to you or they won't.
Right.
I've actually seen it on both sides, right? So I've worked with startups that had really big visions and then burned through their cash and went out of business. And
Yeah.
then I've seen founders that had conflicts about, well, we're going to spend money on the office and painting it this, and I'm like, is that really where you want to focus your limited resources? Like,
Right.
seriously? And actually, it paid off because they were able to get more funding and it didn't matter. So I think it's sort of figuring out what is it that's going to move the needle for the business, and sort of prioritizing, what is going to help us get to market, get more customer, like, focusing
Right.
on the metric like that. If you can't really draw a direct line between how this investment is going to make me bring in a new customer and increase my revenues, then it kind of is like, okay, well, is that really the best use of your time and money and effort?
Right. And to the points in your process you mentioned, I like the fact that you have all of these ingredients and you could say gears in this machine clearly defined, and I think that is very, very important. I think it actually lowers the anxiety of people when they know exactly what they have to do,
Yes.
and there's
Yeah.
less of a chance of burnout, because as often in many startups, everybody's kind of wearing numerous hats and everybody's running around
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
many things. So it's kind of hard to maybe regulate. So my question kind
Yeah.
of goes to, some of that. So you mentioned generalist versus specialist, and I'm glad you
Yeah.
mentioned this. This is a very, very great point, and I feel that at times let's say with the startups who, unfortunately nosedive, there's almost like a mismanagement in execution,
Yeah.
when to use the generalist, when to use the specialist. How do you
Yeah.
advise and troubleshoot, teams that are, bringing on generalists and specialists either at the wrong time or in the wrong context? How do you,
Yeah.
massage, their way through that process?
Yeah, I actually put together a whole resource for this because I could see this is the area I think founders struggle with the most, is like, how do I bring in the right talent, right? I think you want to be really clear on what you need, right? Like, do you need a specific skill set to help you accomplish an objective that you have? So for example, sales, it's a really clear, so like people who are good at business development, right? It's not that you can have people who have not done sales before. They just may not know how do you sell and close a deal, right? Or technology, like this is a big one I see. Founders have an idea who are non-technical. They think, I need to bring in a CTO co-founder. And I always say to them, well, why? You don't want to just hire someone to develop it for you, right? Sometimes having a co-founder is a great idea, but other times it's not necessary. So I think it's really, in every situation it's different, but I think what's most important is understanding exactly what is needed for the business. And then when you meet the people, defining, do they have the skill set I need? They may not have the right skill set, but they might have a great attitude, and then you can think, I'm going to keep this person in the back of my head for a different stage and I'll bring them in later. Or you're going to say, okay, I may, maybe you start with a group of people who are great. This happens a lot. And you realize a few months in that certain of the co-founders or the founding team aren't pulling their weight. You need to be able to say, here's what you were brought in to do. Here was your role. You're not doing it. So either you need to start doing it, or, in another month, we're going to check in and revisit because this may not be the right place for you. Like, people's goals and priorities change just because they're on board now. Maybe they have a family, so you don't know.
Right.
So it's kind of important to be constantly navigating that process.
Got it. And very well said. And as to one of the other M's you mentioned, marketing, I liked how you, I guess, more or less conceptualized and articulated that. Almost, for a team to stick to a few things and be good at that, and instead of maybe, let's say, trying to be everywhere, all the time at the same time and whatnot. So in your experience, would it be like, would you suggest to a team, listen, if you're marketing and it's social media, just stick to Twitter and Discord, or, Instagram and, YouTube or whatever else? Is it fair to say that overcommitment or over marketing or overexerting yourself in the marketing, that has a drastic downside too?
Yeah, I think it's more that I guess what I've seen is organizations that aren't really clear on what they want to do down for impact. So I think the more focused you can be on, again, who you're going after, why, how, building those relationships, going deeper, it's going to stand you in good stead as you look to get the traction that you want. I don't think, so for example, I see this, let's say, with people who have their own business. Folks focus on all the social media channels. Well, maybe you don't need to be on TikTok and Instagram and like pick one. Maybe you just focus on LinkedIn. Like, that's enough. Or maybe you don't even focus on LinkedIn. You just do your individual outreach. And I'm a fan of relationships over transactions. So that's what I liked about one of the approaches that was shared yesterday. So I think you just need to figure out, like, what's your model.
Very well said. And I was wondering if you could perhaps expand a little bit more on having like some sort of, strategic, advisory team, almost like, kind of almost having, a either a mentor or almost a group of mentors, in an advisory capacity to,
Yeah,
to navigate. Like, how does one start, finding those
yeah.
type of professionals to, help in a startup?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of ways to do this. So the one thing I do often say is, free advice is worth what you pay for it, right? It's
Very good point.
so
Yeah.
sometimes having mentors can be great. They can be other founders that you go to who have been who are a little ahead of you on the journey that can inspire you and give you feedback. It can be a group of founders in a mastermind. I used to run a bunch of founder roundtables, and that was a great way to learn from others who were dealing with the same challenges and how they had handled it.
Right.
Strategic advisors, if you know you're going after a particular market segment, you might want to identify an industry luminary who could be interested in what you're doing and invite them to join your board. And then you want to figure out whether and how you want to compensate them, right? Founders often love helping other founders, so that's more of a mentoring relationship. But
Right.
strategic advisors are often in a paid capacity, whether that's actual cash or equity. And then, again, I'm an executive coach, but a lot of my clients consider me a mentor because I'm an objective third party who's holding space to guide them to what's best for them. And sometimes that means exiting their business or shutting down, or like you can't go to your investors and your board and be like, we're not bringing, like, it's hard to do that. So sometimes
Right.
having someone who really has your back makes a huge difference so that you can be supported, not just like intellectually, but like emotionally in whatever you're doing. I mean, having a business and being responsible for other people's money, other people's livelihood, it's a huge, it's, I don't want to say it's a burden. It's a beautiful, obligation, but there is a lot of weight to it. So just knowing that you have other people who can be a sounding board can be super helpful.
Awesome, and that's definitely some very valuable information there. And if we can go back to money and funding a little bit, is there a time frame, so to say, if startup is going about to create, implement, assemble their team, and build the MVP? Is there almost like a set amount of money, or at least a time frame in which they should have the entire operation funded for?
I used to hear that you wanted funding for 18 months of runway, so for example, when you were going to raise capital, you
Right.
would want to raise for 18 months. I found a lot of startups didn't do that. If they were
Right.
going out to angels, they would just need enough they would say, oh, I just need enough to get going. I mean, I think you just got to be practical, right? You got to look at the money you have and you got to try and execute something that will at least get you paying customers as quickly as possible. So sometimes that actually means scaling back
Right.
your initial offering so that even you have something that may be less than what you imagine, but something that people will pay you for. I would say that's where you want to get to, is paying customers so you have some income coming in, because that's actually going to help you go out and solicit more funding from other folks to say we actually have some income, and it's sort of proof that your concept works. So I don't know if that answered your question, because there isn't any,
No,
you know.
actually, it did, for sure. I think what I'm getting from this is that there should be some kind of, there has to be some type of metric for
Yes.
the money and the time frame to work with. Because I think if it's just too
Yeah.
open-ended, I think either
Yeah.
money, time, energy is going to be mismanaged, and people are. I think things are going to fall to the wayside. And I just have one more question. I've
Yeah.
encountered different opinions about this. So when it comes to funding, often, family and friends tends to be a source for that. I was wondering if
Yeah.
you have an opinion as far as if you're a startup, you're looking for funding, is family
Yeah.
and friends something one should do, or something one should kind of maybe approach with a bit of caution?
Look, I love the idea of bootstrapping where you're not dependent on other people. I think, money and family and friends, it's tricky. I know a lot of relationships that have gone
Right.
south because of that. I think as long as you're super clear upfront, hey, I would love you to support my venture. There's no guarantee here that you will get your money back. And
Right.
if you're upfront about that and the people that are involved understand it, that's okay. And then, if you're being asked to invest in someone, you got to know like you're going to lose that money. Not
Right.
that you will definitely, but you got a 90% chance you're going to lose it. So I do think that's the risk that comes with investing in anything. I would say you need, if you're relying on other people's capital, you need to be okay with yourself that you are, I'm going to use the word taking from other people, and
Right.
that does create some responsibility. And if you're okay with that, knowing that you could let them down or whatever, then go ahead with it. But maybe there are ways you can do it on your own, right? By
Right.
saving, working part-time, right? So there are other options,
Right.
and you need to just sort of think it through and what your situation is, because I think it'll be unique for everyone.
Well said. And Lenore, I have to say, this was an incredible presentation, an incredible discussion. It was a pleasure to have you on today, and go through the
Thanks,
ins and
Adam.
outs of all of these factors, which are yes, of course, which I think are very, very important, and I think they really need to be at the forefront of any and everybody's consciousness when they go into a startup. Don't have blind spots. Don't put your head in the sand. Don't just focus on the niceties of things. Look at everything, good, bad, the gray area, all that stuff. So, Lenore,
The
thank you.
last thing I would say is,
Yes, please.
honestly, you can nail some of this stuff down up front. I do strategy sessions with clients all the time, and
Yeah.
it's possible. This doesn't need to be like a long, painful, drawn-out thing, but getting that clarity up front can be super helpful. So please feel free to reach out, connect with me. I would love to support any of you who are going through that process.
Well said, Lenore.
And I appreciate this opportunity to be here with you guys during this presentation. It's been a lot of fun.
I loved having you on as well, and certainly having everything at the forefront. I think it helps people avoid a lot of problems down the line. So I really appreciate the emphasis in your presentation on that. So I have to pass the mic now to Javi to introduce our next guest. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
What's up, Adam?
Hey, Javi. Hey, how's it going?
How are you? Doing well.
Awesome.
How's everyone else doing? Thank you. Was it Lenore? Is that how you pronounce her
Yeah,
name?
Lenore. Yes. Yeah, Lenore.
Lenore. That was awesome. I came in the second half of that, so I didn't get to catch everything. But so from what I heard, everything was great. Looking forward to introducing our next speaker. So I'm excited to introduce Rob Fuller. Rob is the SVP of Technology Solutions for Blend 360, and he will be joining us today to talk about MarTech plus data fuel for your startup. Rob, how's it going today?
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me,
Not
Rob?
getting my Yes.
How's it going today? Thanks for joining us. I don't think I'm able to hear you, Rob. While we wait for your audio to come back, Rob, I'll give a little background about you. Rob has helped brands use data for marketing for 20 plus years, created a startup that leveraged NLP to understand, categorize, and compare marketing content. He managed execution and deliver over 3 billion emails per year at his previous company. He led first Microsoft Plus and then Adobe implementation at a major retailing, enabling 4 petabytes of analytics data on Azure to orchestrate communications across email, push, SMS, direct mail, online personalization, coupons, and digital media. Rob will be right back. He's switching over mics. Adam, I don't know if you want to come back with me or hi, Rob. Can you hear me, Rob?
Rob, are you there with us? I think we may we may still be dealing with some, technical difficulties. So, at least in the meantime, as far as Robert and the audio, issues being resolved, I know I know his presentation is going to be MarTech and Data Fuel for your startup. So I think this is a very, very interesting subject matter. Analytics reference architecture. How can you connect data to improve the experience? Thinking of acquisition from the customer lens, and I think a lot of this has been touched on, but I feel like from this presentation, I think from what Robert's going to talk about, there's a lot to expand upon, and it seems like I think the trend in the sentiment nowadays is that people don't want to be sold to. People want to have a relationship, some kind of rapport with the other person. It's almost like just making friends. You have to build that trust and that comfort, with somebody. I mean, so often when I've had, guests that came onto my show and their specialty was in, building the partnerships and building the business development and the sales channels. So often, closing those deals and acquiring those new clients, references, somebody who could vouch for you and somebody who can essentially almost advocate and, pitch on your behalf, practically speaking. That's kind of what it's like, that method almost seems to kind of close more deals and get more sales than, let's say, sending, I guess maybe taking a cold call approach in certain instances when you're kind of sending these bulk emails out and they're rather, impersonal. I think for 9 out of 10 people, it's just not going to riff or, really jive with them. So, it's something that's very peculiar, but it makes, absolute sense, especially in this day and age. And I think with Robert's presentation, using really data to improve. Yes, Robert.
Hey, there we
Rob.
go.
It's like we're all good.
Sorry about that. No idea. All the settings said it was working, but you guys couldn't hear me. So different browser, and away we go. Thank you. Yeah,
Thanks for joining us, Rob.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just introducing yourself. Rob Fuller is the SVP of Technology Solutions for Blend 360. I'll let you kind of do your little intro. You probably do it better than I do. And I'll let you take over the mic, and the floor is yours, Rob.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for introducing me so kindly. That worked really well as we struggled with the mic issue quite quickly. But yeah, I've had the luck or challenges, if you will, of both being on the early phase startup side a number of times, all the way into the large enterprise side. Largest company, Accenture, 700,000 employees. Smallest company, I co-founded a startup with one other person. So that understanding of what does it take and what does scale look like, and working with different brands of different sizes, the challenges are all similar, right? There's a number of things that everyone is trying to deal with. And it's the question of how are you going to attack it, and how can you set yourself up to experiment? Because you don't have the answers. You're not going to have the answers. And the answers you have today and your plan you have today is going to have to change as we go forward. And that's the real crux of it, is how can we be prepared for change and adapting it? And how do we think about being ready for it? And so there's two principles that I think everyone should ground in. One, it's the classic, the right message at the right time in the right channel, right? If we're going to attract customers, we have to have the timing right to work with them, right? To either develop that timing or be at the opportunity. At the CPG side or the instant purchase side, you want to be front and center at the checkout. That's your right message, right time, right channel. And ahead of that, you're preparing that customer. On the considered purchase side, we have a much longer sales cycle, right? If we're creating a market or creating a new offering, we have to really think about how do we develop that opportunity, and those messages are different over that period of time. And whenever there's that time component, we have to remember where we're at in that cycle for that customer. And that's where that second line comes in, is really data is the memory that powers our decisions and our actions, right? So if we think those two things together, you can't have one without the other, but we could overdo either one of them, right? If we put too much emphasis high in the funnel, then we don't close people on conversion. If we put too much effort on conversion, we don't push enough people through our decisioning and our experience, and that's not going to work either. So we need these things to both be in balance as we think about what the customer experience should be. And particularly, sorry, there we go. Particularly, I see a lot of people, startups included, over-index on their own point of view. How am I going to find customers? You use your network and you do that relationship sales Lenore was talking about. That's really important. But then you have to start thinking, how am I going to find more customers? And then you start to think about, how do you start to scale that? So what data do I get to understand what kind of customers am I actually attracting and converting? How do I find more of those? And then you start to think in that way of needing to be on all channels: LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram, in-store, out-of-store, billboards, brand, TV. Obviously, some of those things are high aspirations, and they should be on your radar, wanting to do it someday, but it's not necessarily what you need to be doing now. So how do you create that sharp knife, that spear that will really work for you, and start to create your own flywheel that will actually be growing your business? Because ultimately, you want to find those levers that you can push on that will generate more customers for you. And then you can look at creating new levers to generate more customers, but start with getting that first pass going. I like the idea of also, finding a way to get customers that will drive revenue for you, not worrying about your ultimate goal of your ultimate sale in your ultimate market, but moving forward. There's that view as well. So if I take that, I need to convert and pivot to what the customer is actually going to experience. So we are trying to find them, but how are they going to find us, right? And that, it's the same element or the same moment, if you will, but why would they be paying attention in that moment? What channel would they be on? Why would they be paying attention? How will they be engaging at that moment of time? Because they're not engaging with us yet. And then as they move in to our properties, our websites, etc., what do they expect, right? We often are trying to convert them, or we are trying to generate leads. We want them to become a prospect, and then we want to convert them. That's not a customer's goal, right? A customer is becoming aware. They're interested for some reason, and then they're engaging to understand if they're still interested, maybe to compare it against other things that they're aware of. Maybe there was an element of education in some of the messaging, and they're just trying to learn more. And we need to be nurturing that. And so fundamentally, how urgently are they looking to act? What would we want out of that urgency? If we respect the customer and respect them having a cycle, what would make sense? What is their real motivation for action? And what would we do to increase that motivation, or if it's the right thing, decrease that motivation? So how do we pivot, instead of very much about our measures and our flywheel, to how the customer perceives our flywheel, and use that to say what our actual priority channels, priority messages, and priority engagement will be? That can eliminate a lot of the noise. How will my customer find my brand? Well, for now, let's just think one channel, right? Let's just worry about getting a flywheel going on LinkedIn or Instagram or TikTok, if that's right for your brand. But the point being is you don't have to be in all of them yet. And you can, start with that one flywheel, think about why the customer's there. That helps you understand why they would come from an ad unit to a website or to your app, and start coming down the funnel for you. So that's trying to flip it on the head and give you a way to justify narrowing your field of view to just what you need right now. The second thing that enables is you to start thinking about how sophisticated do you actually need to be. We tend, especially on the startup side, is to be really good and nimble at not being very sophisticated on certain things, and then feeling the pressure of needing to be really sophisticated all over. And again, how do we narrow our field of view? This sophistication of different types of engagement, different marketing content, can vary really wildly. And it's not a one size fits all, and it's not like you only do one. But if I think about how that customer is going to engage, for each of those points of engagement and different points of consideration, I can then add a sophistication view, right? Of how sophisticated does that need? And a lot of the time, I probably don't need to get very high on this sophistication chart. Predictive and being individualized and the right message for the right individual, the right content they haven't seen before is beautiful. And it's amazing when you actually do it. And doing it at the right time is really powerful, but you don't need to do it all over. And it's really costly to do it all over. You need a lot more content. You need a lot more data, versus something if it's just static, if it's just the right landing page, if it's just the right email that gets triggered out, that's a lot less content, a lot less data, and can be very, very highly effective as well. So taking these two concepts, let's merge them together and narrow our field of view in terms of where we need to engage, knowing why we're engaging on that point, and then a view of sophistication in that moment of how sophisticated do I really need. Those two things are going to tell me what data I need, what systems I need, and how hard do I need to work on it, and how tightly do things need to be integrated. The other thing, as we do that, though, you have to realize the market itself has been changing pretty radically. A few years ago, you were able to actually geo-target people as they were walking down a mall or something. If they came near a certain store, you could actually get cellular location data and target them. That went away in around 2018. More recently, cookies have been in the news. Safari and Firefox have gotten rid of third-party cookies. Chrome has announced that they will next year. It was supposed to be this year. They gave everyone a year of reprieve. And that really impacts our ability to tailor media, retarget to individuals, and even do certain types of personalization when people come to our website. And there is some alternative techniques here, but not a comprehensive set. It's not going to go back to the same way it was. And if you're trying to work around, say, third-party cookies with, replacing them as a first-party tracker and such, you'll actually find particularly Safari and Firefox are actively working against you. They're looking to identify those patterns and try to prevent them because they're adamant about the privacy aspect of this. It's a little bit of a reaction, and that willingness to be investing to actually combat that is a reaction to privacy law. Whether it was GDPR or in the US, we've got a bunch of legislation. There's a great website on the slide you can check out that is tracking all the legislation in the US. But there is a number of states that have passed legislation that comes into effect anywhere from California previously, but then they have a new level of restriction coming in January, Colorado, Virginia, Utah, and then the list goes on, including tracking the inactive bills, so where bills have been presented and not yet passed. So we don't have a federal standard in the US. We do have a European Union standard, and those things are still being fleshed out what they really mean. But some of the things are really impactful. How much data you can have, you have to disclose it, why you keep it so long, and any sort of third-party data sharing, which includes media. So the fact that these cookies are going away is actually a good thing for your compliance. Similarly, on the mobile side, getting rid of mobile ad IDs or making them opt-in only and or opt-out, those are things that iOS and Android are doing. And then even recently, last fall, Apple reduced IP address tracking in a couple different ways and changed how email open rates are tracked, basically removing open rate tracking from all iOS and macOS email clients, changing how we think about personalization, changing about what data we have available. So you can see this as headwinds to how people market, or you can flip that as well and start to think about it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to differentiate. Especially as a startup, you're not dependent on these techniques today. So we can instead be intentional and deliberate and maybe even use this privacy and messaging as part of our brand differentiation of why customers should trust us more. We're not doing these things. We're not going to do these things. We've never done these things. And that's how we can start to comply. But as we think about what data we are going to get, what we might purchase and augment our view of the customer with, what data we ask for from the customer, we want to start to think privacy first. And we can actually even include that educational component of what the customer's rights are, why we're collecting it as part of that data collection. And that can actually improve conversion. So using it to our advantage, not just to our headwind. So you can tell I'm getting to a deeper and deeper point here around what are we ultimately then going to do with these kind of strategy components. We've narrowed our field of view. We've decided how sophisticated, where we're going to focus, we're going to be, and we're going to embrace the privacy constraints and expect them to continue to change. So that leaves us 3 areas that we have to get right? How we do our data quality and business intelligence, which is really making sure we have the data, that we have it in one place. Again, level of sophistication, that when I say that, it doesn't mean that it's all perfectly connected, perfectly refined. It may just be in raw on an S3 bucket. That might be sufficient for some of the data for now. But we need to be confident that we have that data and that it's not trapped at an agency or at a couple of different agencies or in some sort of platform where it's a black box and we can't get it out. And the reason is because if it is trapped or external, it takes us a long time to bring it together, and we don't know the value of bringing that data together. So an experiment becomes very expensive and slow, right? The secondary thing, we need to then pull metrics back to that flywheel concept, back to how we're thinking about that customer experience, so that we can start to track how are we turning the cranks, how are we fueling this business? Because we can't just put people into the middle of the funnel. We have to be thinking from how do we drive people up at the top? How do we gain awareness? How do we drive them to come to our site? Where do we participate? Maybe content marketing, maybe PR, get presence of mind. And then as people come in, how are we converting them? So if we can commit to a certain number of metrics there and how we measure them, then we can start to optimize, right? If we get 10 leads and only convert 1, well, we have our work cut out for us of how can we convert 2 or 3 or 4. But if we only have 2 leads come in and we convert them both, then we have a reach problem, right? So aligning on metrics, getting a single report of what our flywheel looks like is going to be the key on the data quality and business intelligence side. It is valuable to augment your data, where you will get data about your customers that you don't have otherwise, or your prospects. The key, though, is, of course, we have to think about data privacy and disclosing that data. What are we going to do with it? And we also want to make sure that we can bring this data into our own analysis and use it for purpose. So something like narrative.io is really interesting, where you can buy very specific data sets, what they were captured under, what kind of rights you have to them, and or even sell some of your data sets. May or may not be PII, does not have to be tied to an individual. It could be correlational data. It could be brand awareness type data. There's lots of things there. It's a really interesting concept for consideration if and when you're ready to augment your data to understand what types of customers you're attracting, or what are the factors about different regions or something like that seem to be generating results, because you really want to lean into what's working very quickly. On the technology side, obviously talking about what apps or websites and email and push notifications and Instagram and TikTok, we do need to think about how are we going to do this, and even on the BI side, how are we going to collect that data, store that data, dashboard that data. So technology enablement is really important. there's a few aspects to that. We have to plan for change, right? We're a startup, we're nimble, we're fast. We're going to go with what we know. We're going to go with things that are inexpensive, and we are going to intentionally outgrow them. So we have to plan for change. So loose coupling, so controlling how we connect things and try to keep them mostly isolated, but yet still bringing the data to consistency is going to be really important. You don't want to compromise on the customer identity. So we don't want to create situations where they have to create multiple accounts across multiple systems. That will just cause us many user experience challenges long term. So that is almost always worth fixing up front. And that also then speaks to having a single source of truth. So if we have data, whether it's customer data or product data or anything like that, making sure we have a single source of truth and that everything pulls from that single source of truth. Often should be some sort of intermediary layer so that we can change that actual source if we want to. So meaning maybe we're just using an Excel spreadsheet, but we take that Excel spreadsheet and we store it as a CSV file on S3. S3 would be the single source of truth for everyone to pick that data up for. So if we move on from Excel to some sort of resource management or CRM or who knows what, then we immediately have our integration point, which again, maybe we need to make more sophisticated over time, but at least you can actually swap out tools or try tools and even try it for a week or a day or something with the minimal impact possible. And lastly, I kind of alluded to this already, is the process and the people, right? I think execution is going to win over platforms every day. So I said, you're going to use the platforms you know. That's really important. There may be a better platform out there, but if there's a tool that your team knows how to use, they know how to use it effectively, and it's at a cost you can live with, that's fantastic. That's what you should be doing. That's what's going to move fast and get you that. Again, especially if you're aligning it to the customer experience you're trying to achieve. You do worry about fit for purpose, so you don't want to use a screwdriver as a hammer, but there's the idea of stretching those tools a little bit makes a lot of sense. But where you start to do that, you need to realize you are creating some technical debt, and that's okay. But you want to have some form of tracking to know where your pain points are likely to be, so you can debug them more quickly and figure out when you need to replace them more quickly as well. And we will leave time at the end for the questions on this. I'm sure some of this may spawn some ideas and that. So then we can also then take another lens on the technology front of what kind of company, what kind of startup are you going to be? Are you really a build company? It's a bunch of engineering. You really like build solutions, or are you assembling in a platforms company, a best of breed or a best of stack? And best of stack applies both to tools and platforms. So if I'm going to build things, do I standardize on AWS or Azure or GCP and try to use those clouds as heavily as possible? Or am I going kind of best of breed and I'm just going to host my content anywhere and I can move across those cloud providers at will? And then on the best of stack, do I want to work with maybe a segment, a Twilio, and try to use as much of Twilio as I can? So I kind of have one throat to choke, or Bloomreach as another example. Try to use as much from a single vendor as I can. Acquia would be another one that I would think of in that sense. Or do I start to try to connect some best of breed capabilities? There's not a right answer or a wrong answer. The key is that coupling, even if you go best of stack, to think about loose coupling, know that once you do go best of stack, you do have heavier lock-in with that stack because you are rightfully so going to use those integrations, but you still have a view where you're thinking through that loose coupling aspect. And so what does that loose coupling aspect mean? Well, my number one visual for that is a hub and spoke. And typically I would have two hubs. I have my analytical hub where I do all of my analysis. I bring all the raw data to, and that's where it's all at our fingertips to do analysis, design, and I can start to worry about additional things like data products or third-party data, external clean rooms. And the reason is the fundamental technologies here can be different, right? So I may be using a data lake Maybe I'm using some sort of Spark to do more analysis, certainly some sort of data visualization tool. These things tend to be more on the custom side, kind of build side versus a buy side of just a right software that does a specific thing. But there's certainly aspects of the design side, the data side that are products. So Google Analytics or Adobe Analytics or Datorama from Salesforce, all would be great examples of something kind of ready to go that's for that analysis side of things. The operational side of things is that view of the customer and where I connect it and how do I activate on it. And people often get confused because there's usually an analytical view of the customer and an operational view of the customer. The analytical view of the customer is all of the data about that customer linked to one customer. So full transaction history, full engagement history, et cetera. That's not good for an operation view. It's not good for a marketer because it's very hard to act on. There's too many variations. The marketer is going to look to having rolled up values. When was your last visit? How many visits in the last 12 months? What's your lifetime value? What was the spend per category? Rather than having raw transactions or engagement views. The other thing that gets confusing for people often is where to do segmentation, because a lot of tools will have segmentation uses. And there's a hierarchy of different types of segmentation. And again, you want to try to keep it simple, but also kind of govern it that makes sense. So I would always say business segmentation, things that would impact how you report on the business, and things that are fundamental to the business. What type of customer lifetime value, maybe product mix kind of segmentation would be analytical, and it drives to reporting. It flows over to your operational, is used there. And then on the operational side, focus on kind of that activation segmentation. This person has a propensity to email, or this person's on this type of journey, and this is the criteria for exiting that journey. So it's all tied to how are we actually engaging with the customer. So there's a lot of different pieces there. But again, keep in mind, I'm not suggesting you put all of these pieces in. It's more that view up front of how are you going to engage, where are you going to engage down the funnel, and then these are some of the pieces that you probably want. And this is kind of that loose coupling and creating the right set of constructs to minimize that cost of change and improve that ability to experiment. Because it goes deeper. The challenge that I've seen a lot of startups and enterprises do is they have used connectors in certain platforms and they tie things together in a way that doesn't support that loose coupling concept. And it gets this really confusing, what is connected to what? How good is this data? Is it out of date? How much latency do I have on this data? And a lot of fragility. And that really slows things down. It makes it really costly to replace systems. But it really drives this cost aspect of, I'd like to try a new messaging platform, but where do I get the customer data from? I guess I get it from this profile and consent, but I also need some of this digital analytics data. And so now I'm trying to do 2 or 3 integrations just to turn on a new platform just to try. So I've seen even at the enterprise level where free trials of something with a commitment to value from a vendor get turned down because it's too costly to try them. And that's what we want to avoid. It's like we want to plan for this ability to try new things, adapt to new customer types, bring in new tools to address new areas of the flywheel that we will design in the future, with the minimal amount of effort and complexity possible. And also how we'll adjust and adapt to new compliance requirements, right? As these new privacy laws come into place or the industry makes changes that change what data we can get or what we can do, how do we turn those features off? How do we remove that data? How do we respect an opt-out? The simpler we can make our flow and more hub and spoke, the easier it is to be confident that we've actually complied. There's lots of ways to view what an architecture will actually start to look like. But someone probably looked at that hub and spoke and said that was a really simple view, and it is. But that is the concept and what you're designing to. If you then start to think one level down on functionality, you can start to think about where does the data, what is the trusted data, what are those enterprise analytics platforms that will use that data, what is the operational platform typically that operational platform right now is a customer data platform. I do recommend an off-the-shelf system for that. Again, whether it's best of stack or best of breed. It's not that you can't buy it, or sorry, you can't build it. There's just a lot of functionality there, and there's over 120 plus vendors doing a customer data platform. So there's a lot of venture capital flowing in there, a lot of different price points, a lot of different kind of core capabilities. It seems to make sense that you should be able to find one that fits your need and budget quite easily. And that may or may not include some of the decoupled journey orchestration you might want. So customer data platforms sitting on top of your enterprise analytics platforms, and then that plugs into your actual execution. Some of those customer data platforms do contain execution capabilities. So I mentioned Bloomreach as an example. It's got email and push notifications. Other people would look at something like a Braze or an Iterable, and they can say that it can essentially act as a customer data platform to some extent. Those are good choices, right? It's more that we have that plan, that hub and spoke design, so that if we stretch a platform or we decide we're going to use a platform that is more best of stack, kind of more end to end, that we understand what our replacement cost would be to extend it or to use another one. So for example, Bloomreach, if we use that as our CDP and we're using its execution capabilities, and there's a new channel comes out and they don't support it and we want to adapt it, we could do an extract and load into a different tool, or we could do a custom integration right from the CDP to that, or we could just work with that vendor to have them create a new connector. But either way, we know right where our customer data is. We know where our decisioning is occurring that would decide what would go out through that channel. So we don't want to do is that kind of point-to-point, maybe feed that new experiment off of the analytics system instead. We don't want to tie it to a downstream system, even if they have a connector for that, even if it seems to make sense, unless we're doing so eyes wide open that we're technical debt, and we don't want to build on that kind of principle because it will drag us down. I would love to say there's an exception to every rule, but that one, I've never seen it work out well. It just creates a spaghetti and a challenge. So we can drill this level down, we can go further, but ultimately narrow those channels, tie it back to what the customer experience will be that drives our data, and use that loose coupling. And so I mentioned confusion. I won't deep dive on this slide. I just think there's a lot of areas where I hear a lot of customer confusion, both in the startup space and on the enterprise space of what lives where, because a lot of the language used to describe things is similar. And ultimately, if you can take away that you need somewhere to do analysis where you actually have raw data, where you can respect data privacy laws still, but you can actually do analysis of things that are not normally connected. And it's going to be heavy lifting for the computing side of things, and you don't want to impact operations while you're doing that heavy lifting. That's kind of your enterprise analytics workloads, where the operational side is you want things already figured out. You don't want to be doing a lot of heavy calculations. You want it to be very responsive, and you want it to be able to have that single view very connected. So if you can keep those main kind of principles of what should be in your MarTech and AdTech versus what's in your enterprise analytics, that's how you can navigate as vendors add data lake capabilities to a CDP, or are offering a tool to do analysis and are saying that it should be tied to your marketing channels. Is it an enterprise analytics tool or is it a MarTech tool? That's a number of different kind of considerations for how you think about where it should sit, who you want supporting it, what level of data experience they'll have. The other thing, this is a newer trend and it's getting a lot of noise. And so I'm assuming everyone on the call is hearing some level of noise or at least wants to be aware of the trend. Clean rooms are the buzz. Last couple of years, it's been customer data platforms, and they are an important set, an important capability. Now it seems to be clean rooms, and it's because of those cookie changes, activation changes. And I'd see it, the world of clean rooms, and really these three buckets that you see on the screen, these walled gardens. So for example, Ads Data Hub from Google is a fantastic way. If you're spending money on Google advertising, how do you get insights into who is seeing your ads and who is responding to your ads outside of the segmentation you did up front, right? This is Ads Data Hub, where you can bring your own conversion data. Maybe it's offline conversion data. Maybe it's just other data that you think could correlate that you have into a BigQuery database and use their Ads Data Hub to query across. The key to these things is you're not bringing any data back into your environment, or if you are, it's some sort of aggregate insight. You're not getting anything at the individual level, but those aggregate insights or the things that you design should be able to improve and optimize your media spend. So you're only doing this if you're spending enough money on these walled garden platforms that it's worth spending time further optimizing them. So if I think back to our discussion of the flywheel, if I have an acquisition problem, I can only spend so much more on media. I'm spending 50% of my budget on media on Google. How do I get more out of that budget? Well, that would be where these walled gardens come from. These agency aggregations are interesting. They're kind of combination of what formerly were the identity solutions with actual publisher integration and publisher data. Similar concept where the value is I can bring my customer records in, they can give me an ID that I can activate directly to these customers and to lookalikes of these customers in the environment on certain publishers. Now, these publishers are not going to be the walled gardens long-term. A couple cases they are still right now, but it's not likely that that will continue. Again, that's me reading tea leaves. I don't know for a fact, but my guess is Google's been pretty clear and pretty strict that they're not going to support individualized targeting into the future. That's going away. So, for example, Google likely will not be available on these platforms long term. This, you can bring back more information about your known customers. Again, you put your customer records in, you can target them, you can activate on the media side, but you can pull back some things about them. You will actually be able to get some impression data. So this is kind of a decision of, if you don't think the walled gardens are where to place your media, that you think some of the smaller publishers, which are not small necessarily, would be a better bet. That would be something to look at of how you could improve your targeting, improve your analysis. And then the last bucket here is the kind of technology plays. And overall, clean rooms as a technology play would really come into your business if you're looking to monetize the data that you have. I mentioned something like narrative.io. That would be one way to sell individualized data sets, again, PII or not. Or you could have something like Habu or Snowflake Marketplace or InfoSum that you could do, or an Imperity, which gives some clean room capabilities with some identity matching capabilities. But the idea here is, by default, they're empty, and you're doing it to join your data to someone else's data. Some walled gardens, Disney and NBC Universal, have used these technologies. So that would be another aspect of why you might want one, is because it's the easiest way to bridge to these other platforms. So chances are, as a startup, you don't really need any of these, but you have them available. Hopefully this helps to understand what they're doing and what they're providing for you. Okay. The number one thing I'd warn you on this space is it is going to cause fragmentation, because for initially Ads Data Hub or Amazon Marketing Cloud, that's fine. But very quickly you could end up having to manage a lot of different clean rooms. And so having a strategy of how you share the data with those clean rooms, what technologies you use, and how you pull that data back will be pretty important. Otherwise, you're just going to have a lot of mess. So with that, I will summarize and head out. But again, I'm happy to do questions. Data will be the key. But think about that from the customer's point of view. Make that experience the differentiator. You don't have to be deep sophistication. Simple static content can be really powerful. Triggering can be really powerful. Certainly, advanced personalization can be very powerful as well. So by all means, do that. But use strategically the level of sophistication, and then really dive in on that hub and spoke type of integration to make it easier to experiment and grow and swap out technologies over time. You don't have to have the fanciest technology out of the gate. And then lastly, don't get caught up in the hype of clean rooms. There is definitely value there, but there's also a fair bit of noise. So with that, happy to do any questions and turn it over to Javi.
Rob, that was awesome. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you taking the time and sharing all that insight with us. Definitely one of my favorite topics for sure. Want to see? Okay, looks like we have a question in the comments. I don't know if you can read it or if you want me to read it out to you.
I don't see it. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I can get it for you. It says, I want to scale up. I have an active SaaS business with small numbers of clients, but I want to blow it up so I can buy out my top five competitors. What do you recommend?
Yeah, absolutely. So focus on you first, right? So one thing, you can look at your top five competitors and see what are they actually doing that's working, but generally your competitors are a distraction. So I would look at what is your flywheel of what's going to drive your business forward. So again, try to keep it narrow, kind of focus on the number of clients. Are you going to increase the size of those small number of clients? And so is it better to have, say, 10 clients and you're just going to grow the value of each client? Or are you going to increase the total number of clients? So pick one of those strategies and focus how you're going to do that growth. That's what's going to decide if any of those competitors are even worth buying, right? Because you want to outdistance them. Obviously, you want to blow up and be much bigger than them. Don't blame you. But buying them out may or may not be useful, right? So if then you have a flywheel that's working, you're evaluating them not as a competitor, but as an addition to your flywheel, right? Of what inputs are they doing, what outputs are they doing that will actually increase your business more than just the straight ones. So if they have 10 clients, you don't want just 10 clients because you can create 10 more clients yourself. If it's the capacity to service those clients, that's fine. That could be a purchase, but your value there is lower. But if they have some sort of way that their inputs and outputs actually expand your business because it changes additional client type. So say you were planning on doing the high touch 10 customers, high value, and they're doing the lower touch 100 customers, the combination of those things is probably higher value than doing them independently, right? So now you could have an offering of starting someone low touch, large number of customers, and be able to migrate them slowly to higher touch, lower number of customer kind of basis. So the value of buying one of those competitors would be much higher. So definitely focus on the flywheel and how are you going to grow that client base before you really worry about those competitors.
That was an
That's the
awesome
only question I
response.
saw there. So
Yeah, that doesn't look like there's any more questions coming
okay.
in. Rob, where can everyone connect with you offline or like online? What platforms are you hanging
Sure.
out
The
on?
easiest, probably mostly LinkedIn right now is probably the easiest. Just LinkedIn/in Rob Fuller is probably great. You can also email me, rob.fuller@blend360.com. Those would be where I'm most active. You'll find me everywhere, but those are the ones I am spending the most time on right now.
Thank you for
Yeah.
joining us. Really appreciate your time and sharing that. I'll definitely connect with you after this. But yeah, any last parting words?
Just thank you very much for having me today and hope everyone's enjoying the conference and look forward to talking to people in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Have a great day.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. What's up, everybody? So we've gotten to the halfway mark. We're going to be taking a quick 20-minute break. We'll be back at the 11:20 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll be back for our second half of speakers. Myself and Adam will be introducing the last couple of speakers. Otherwise, I hope y'all have had a great morning, learned a lot, and I will see y'all in 20 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your break. I'd like to introduce our next speaker for today, Anand Arvakarashu. He is the VP of Product at Refersion. And today's topic, Principles of Product Growth with Case Examples. Anand, thank you very much for joining us today.
Hey, thank you, Adam. Thank you for having me here. I see it's a great opportunity for share the learnings and learn from the other summit sessions that are happening today.
Glad to have you here.
Cool. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, let me see if I can share my screen to go start the presentation. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Okay. Let me share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. All right.
Oh.
It's popped up now.
Okay. Cool.
Excellent. And be sure to full screen it.
Yep. Let me do that. Okay. Are you able to see it better now? Okay. One second.
Sure, no problem.
Full screen. No side. Shuffle.
Yeah, if you
All
go on the if you go to presentation mode on Restream, there's I believe that would be the share screen. It's the third icon in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Try that.
That's what I'm doing. Okay, so I see that. Chrome tab. Okay. Are you able to see it now?
Yes, I can see your presentation. It's still not full screen just yet. So the moderator is suggesting just click the slideshow option in the Google presentation. So go to View and then Slideshow.
Is it better now? Or okay. View slideshow. Okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are we live?
Thank you. And we are live.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for this opportunity. Just wanted to talk about principles of product growth. And wanted to give you an idea of what product growth means. There's a lot of definition out there, and then talk about some of the key principles today and share it with you all. To start with, I'm Anand. I've been in product roles for the last 12 years in the tech industry for last 17 years. I worked as a product growth manager and a product growth leader at Facebook for more than 3.5 years. I learned a lot during that process when I was there. This was quite some time ago. And then I started inculcating a lot of these product growth principles on a daily basis into my product leadership roles as I'm building startups. I want to talk about that and share all of that with you. Thank you for this opportunity. So going into, I made this presentation a little bit more fun and interactive. So it's easy to understand. It's also fun to learn. So a little background about me. I started my career at Verizon in product development side, became a product architect. Then I moved into a couple of fast growth startups inside Vungle. Vungle was eventually sold for $800 million. Then I went on to work at Facebook as a product growth leader, managing growth on Messenger, then on Instagram. Then finally been building products as head of product for a bunch of startups. The first company that I helped build, Grin, is valued at $1 billion today, and I'm currently building my second company, Refersion, and leading product there. On the side, I'm also advising and mentoring. I have actually 5 startups that I'm in the advisory board for. But other than that, I coach a lot of people on product and product growth areas as well. So that's a little about me. Going into today's topic, product growth management, and what does that mean? What are some of the principles? So what is product growth management, right? So as you've seen, like some of these Silicon Valley tech companies like Facebook, LinkedIn, and all these companies never spend on ads a lot. They actually acquire users magically through, like through certain aspects of their product and using certain elements of their product. That's foundationally what product growth is, right? They don't want to, like, as they grow their users, they don't want to keep increasing their, sales and marketing spend. They figured out that, and I would say, like, we figured out that as part of fine tuning certain aspects of your product and adding certain elements in your product, that your product can automatically, organically help you grow your users and also use your existing users to talk about your product to get more users. So foundationally, product growth is all about, um, getting more users without the incremental cost of sales and marketing, focusing on the core product elements of your product side. It obviously reduces the cost when you're thinking about growth and acquisition. There's and at the core of it, it also makes your users feel really good, because there's a lot of these things are user focused and making your users feel great about the product. Again, there's a lot of art and science built into it, how we do product growth. Today, I'm going to share some of those core principles which you can take it and apply. I believe a lot of the companies here have come here today are startups, which will find it immensely useful. I use these in my advisory sessions as well. Looking into, going further on this one, the first thing to understand is growth experimentation, right? As much as we know, like, marketing teams does a lot of experimentation on growth, product teams in product growth orgs or growth product managers, however you want to call them, also do a lot of experimentation, right? We come out with constant experiments, we understand what works, what delivers result, we build hypotheses and ideas. But these hypotheses and ideas are not built out of thin air. There's a lot of principles that go behind it, behind the scene, which rarely people talk about. And I want to talk about those areas which could be immensely helpful to companies. To want to go further into that, and to go a little bit more detailed on this area of principles of product growth. Think about this as a framework that you can think for generating ideas, generating hypotheses, and then using these hypotheses to build your experiments, and then seeing how these experiments convert and get you more users, or get you more engagement, or get you more monetization, right? Any growth on any of these levers is how we think about as in product growth. Without further delay, I want to jump into the 5 key principles that I want to share today. There are actually 12 plus product growth principles out there, or at least that the ones that I've seen being used. There could be more as things evolve. Today, I'm going to share the 5 strong ones among them. Of course, there's more that we can share. There's only so much time we have today, so I want to go detailed into some of these areas and how these product growth principles are used, and what kind of case studies and use cases have been built on top of it. Give you some examples, share my own personal stories on how I have used them in helping grow the product, get more users without spending a lot on sales or marketing budgets. What I'm trying to say is there could be some sales and marketing budget that needs to be spent, but it doesn't have to be incremental. It doesn't have to be linear. You're growing your users doesn't have to be costing you so much more in sales and marketing. At some point, you need to figure out how do you get this product growth and organic growth built into your product. Going into that, just want to talk about, right, again, the funnel is always there. At product, we look at the funnel in these 5 areas, right? Acquisition, activation, engagement, retention, promotion, and monetization. So those are like our levers that we think in the world of product management. Again, it's very similar to the marketing funnels. I know the more focus for marketing is on the upper side of this funnel. Again, product looks at the end-to-end from the awareness stage where the user is a prospect, and then when the user becomes in the activation mode, they're considering the product, and then when they're really becoming a customer and engaging with you, and then they're coming back to use your product, and then at some point they're promoting your product. Last but not the least, like where you're able to upsell and monetize better with them, right? That is still the same areas. And in each of these steps, we use multiple product growth principles to get more users, building new tools, building more product features, fine tuning product elements within the existing product. And that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to give you, 5 core principles. If you really master these, you'll be able to accelerate growth without spending a lot on SEO and other kind of optimizations. Those are all still needed, but this is beyond that. How do you enable through your product elements and product aspects? I think that seems exciting. So I want to talk about these 5 areas. The first one on the awareness side, we call it fish where the fish are. The second one on the activation side, create information space. Engagement side, make it easy, super easy to find value. On the retention side, build for collaboration. On the promotion side, enable and incentivize champions. Not all these principles are applicable.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your break. I'd like to introduce our next speaker for today, Anand Arvakarashu. He is the VP of Product at Refersion. And today's topic, Principles of Product Growth with Kate.
Hi, Adam there. Hello. Hey, sorry about that. There was a little bit of a disruption. Adam there.
Yes, I am here. Looks like though
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I think
okay.
Yeah. Cool. I'll continue from where I left. Is that okay?
By all means, please do.
Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Thank you for thank you. Sorry about that disruption. Going further into the principles of product growth, these are the core principles that I said. Again, these principles doesn't have to be applied in these stages where the users are. It could be applied in any given product stage. So I want to go further into each one of them and explain what that means and how different companies have made use of these principles and have had tremendous growth. The first principle is fish where the fishes are, right? So a lot of effort today is being done in getting users to your website, to your app, and experience the product. But think about it in a little different way, right? Why would you spend all the money to bring all your users, all potential users and prospects into your website, into your area? How do you think about bringing your product to where they actually hang out, where their presence is, right? That's called fish where the fishes are. So instead of actually, spending all that money and getting all the users to your website, to your place, how do you enable your product in different places where they can find value in wherever they are already present? As an example, right? Think about Chrome extension as an example, right? Where the users are already in Chrome browsing something else, and then you are popping up and providing your value as they go, right? That's one area. I'm going to give you more examples here. First, I wanted to share with you this case study, which will make this even more clear. Honey.io, probably you all know about this company. It's called Join Honey, which is currently acquired by PayPal. It initially was another deal website, coupon website. It had its own website, which curated all the coupons from everywhere and was showing it. It again had the same amount of problems to get users to there. Like, I'm a user purchasing a product, then I go to Google, search for coupons, and then I might end up clicking in their sites among 15 other deal sites or coupon sites. So what they did was they reverted that equation. They brought the value of their product directly to customers, creating a Chrome extension. When you currently go to any of the shopping sites and you have their Chrome extension in place, automatically it pops up with all the coupons, and then it automatically applies it to you at the time of purchase, right? So instead of asking the users to come to your website to do things, they brought the product and the value of the product to where the users are present. That actually helped them immensely grow their product. They ran on top of the Chrome's popularity, and then obviously built extension on Safari and other places. That helped them acquire millions of users, in the north of, I believe, hundreds of millions of users, and that eventually made them, a several billion-dollar company altogether, right? This simple change that they did, from asking the customers to come to their site to providing the value where customers hang out, has completely changed what they're providing. I'll give you an example of how I applied this principle in one of the use cases that I built. So back then, we had a messenger to business chat at Facebook, where we were building messenger to business. So we were expecting businesses to come to Facebook Messenger, and we were expecting the users to come there to connect with the different businesses, use that as an Hello page. But that was not really happening. So one thing we identified is businesses have already their presence in their websites. And users go to their websites, and then they try to connect with the users, try to find their websites, talk to the businesses there. So what we did is, instead of asking the users to always come to Messenger to connect and find the business, we created a Messenger chat plugin, and that became a simple presence that any business can put it in their website. And when users come, they can use their Messenger login to get in. So automatically, we are getting to use the Messenger platform. And it's present where the businesses and users are generally hanging out. So that's kind of like understanding, deeply where your users are hanging out, where your target segments are, having their presence, and bringing your product there and making them use it. And that principle is used by a lot of companies now. Again, think about Chrome extensions, plugins, different app stores. How do you get your presence there where users are already using certain other things, and you're part of that process? The second one idea, as I said, like create an information space, right? This is like a lot of the users, and again, this varies by products, and this varies by the type of product that you have and type of product that you're building. The first thing to look at it more deeply, right? All users need some level of information when they're getting activated, right? They want to know information. That's why you create blogs, webinars, and those kind of things. But think about it a little bit more deep. What product level of information can you share it outside? Can you make it available for users at the product level? I'll give you a classic example here, case study. Credit Karma, right? Credit Karma did this earlier when people wanted to know their credit scores. They had to reach out to certain agencies or apply for it and then get their scores when they're applying for loans and things like that. Credit Karma did understand that people are constantly looking for this information about their credit card. So what they did is they were able to really do their own math behind it and provide you that credit scoring on a regular basis without you hitting like the agencies and other places to get your score. So people automatically started coming to Credit Karma. So once a lot of people have connected their banks and their accounts to Credit Karma to understand their score, then Credit Karma turned around and said like, hey, you are using these credit cards. Why don't you use our credit card, right? Build an information space where the user come to know about the information that they're looking for from a product standpoint, and then use that as a capturing funnel for, talking about your product, getting more users as part of it. Another good example I would say is IMDb and Amazon, right? People go to IMDb to read reviews, to write reviews about movies and understand the movie space. And then like Amazon really acquired them and connected their Prime videos to that. The moment you are already there browsing about videos, what are the top 10 movies to watch, and all that, you really want to go watch them. And then you have these Amazon links embedded everywhere that automatically takes you into that Amazon experience, right? So create information spaces with your product. That will be really, really valuable and beneficial. Again, think about this. How does this apply to your company, to your product? and get this value out of it, right? And obviously your other things that you do like SEO optimization, other things becomes even more powerful the moment you have like an information wall or information space built around your product. And then the third thing is a pretty interesting one. This in a lot of sense, people call it the product-led growth principles, which is built around this idea of remove friction to value, right? When users come to your product, you ask them to sign up, you ask them to put their credit card. There's so much steps that you create in the middle between them coming to your product with all the excitement to actually them seeing value in your product or actually them seeing success in your product. That is a big part where a lot of users drop off. Like humans are inherently, they want to get to the value sooner. And instead of creating friction in the funnel, how do you make it super easy for them to start seeing value, right? How do you get to onboard your users in a much seamless way and get to see their first success? The sooner they see that first success, the better it is, because then they're going to talk about it. They're going to promote it automatically. They're going to get, be more sticky in your product. So as a case study, right? TikTok is a good example here. What TikTok did is TikTok allows users to watch videos without the need to create an account or login. Let's say I'm watching a TikTok video and this is really funny and cool. I can share the link to someone and that someone can immediately click to watch the video instead of asking them to, hey, create your own TikTok login, create your TikTok profile and all the other things. They let you first watch the video, get the value, get that adrenaline rush and feel excited about it. And then ask you to, over time, they know that you're going to come back because they're first putting the hook in there. And then once you're hooked up, then it's easy for them to really add all the details, creating account or creating things. I know it's a different way of thinking. A lot of companies want to create accounts as the key criteria, but how do you break that model and think about providing value first and giving the hook first? And once the users are hooked up, then how do you really help them go to the next stages that you really wanted to get out of or build that deeper relationship with them. So that's kind of like a very key area. This principle is starting to be used in multiple different ways. Now, there are things called magic links. When people sign up, you don't need to really ask them to come back and verify their email and things like that. You can send them a magic link, which can automatically open up the link without sign-in process. There's a lot of advancement that has happened here, seamless sign-up, seamless payments, without removing a lot of friction in that funnel, right? It's something that a lot of these startups, especially SaaS companies, have to constantly think. And this is an amazing opportunity to get more users to be hooked up with the product and then, come back to the product more often. I can talk about this all day. This is something that we constantly look about in any of the products that we build. The other thing, this is a very interesting one. This is called build for collaboration, right? This may not be applicable for all the products, but many SaaS productivity products, this is very applicable. Even creator-based products, this could be applicable. How can you build collaboration as part of your product functionality? Like, I'll give you a classic example, right? Google Docs. They opened up Google Docs, and then the moment Google Docs were there, they were able to say, hey, go share it with your friends and ask them to co-edit this presentation, co-edit this document together, right? That's at the core of building for collaboration. So when you build it as part of your product use case, it makes the users to invite other users into your product to collaborate automatically. Those non-users can also experience your product really quick. Another good example is Canva, right? It's a billion-dollar company just built for designers and marketers. They built a lot of these collaboration tools where other people can, even though they may not be a Canva subscriber, can come in, experience it, give comments, or even edit the things, right? So that way you're automatically creating a funnel, where your users go ahead and promote your product directly or indirectly, and then bring the other users to come and collaborate with you. And you should probably make that to be free, at least the first instance when the other users are coming in, without adding hurdles to them. They can come in easily and then able to collaborate with a simple sign up. And then once they experience the product, you can move them from the prospect stage into a customer stage much easily, right? A lot of the companies, including Microsoft and there's several gaming companies, use this idea of build for collaboration, build for social, this aspect. Think deeply into your product. Which elements of my product can I use it to build more collaboration among colleagues, among people, where they are making them invite other people to be part of that group or that experience. Think about this as a great area for growth. Last but not the least for today, wanted to focus on the last one, which I think like this one is pretty popular in the industry, but I want to reiterate this one as it's becoming more and more important, especially in the world of remote working and everything. Incentivize your users to become champions, right? This was pioneered by Salesforce quite a while ago, SAP, Salesforce, on all these companies, but now it's taking a new form altogether. How do you get your customers and users who are really deep into your funnel, finding a lot of value, to become champions for your product, right? How do you make them? How do you enable tools inside your product where it's easy to write like reviews? Maybe they can easily write a G2 Crowd review. They can easily talk about your product to other users. A simple a mail that is customized for them that they can take it and use, or like incentivize them by by actual affiliate revenue sharing. That could be a huge area. I've been working in the affiliate influencer marketing space for the last 3.5 years, building startups in this space. It's a tremendous value to make your own customers your own champions. One, they become more sticky, they become more valuable. Number two, they love to talk about your product when they find value about it. Give them the space, give them the incentive to go do that in a much better way. As a old example here, bringing up Salesforce used to make all their users call themselves Salesforce specialists, right? Once you start using Salesforce over time, then you become a specialist. And automatically, when you move to new companies and wanted to use a CRM, you inherently start promoting Salesforce in those companies, and then people will have started using Salesforce as the key CRM, right? So that's kind of like how you think about your product, right? How do you think about making your users to become champions? Another example is creating gamification within your product, right? If a user is really using the product really well, and then they're reaching several levels, give them badges, give them some kind of gamification, tokens, coupons, points, things like that, where user becomes more and more loyal. At the same time, they become a champion to go talk about the product outside, and make it super easy in that process for them to go talk about it. I think it's always takes one more push for them to go talk. How do you make it easy? How do you make it more relevant, right? Another example is I know a company that makes webinars with their customers, where the customers come and talk about the product instead of them demoing all the time. The customers are providing the demo, which is awesome because the customers are actually promoting the product in these demos and webinars instead of the sales teams doing that, which is much more authentic and much more powerful at the core of it for other people to see that, how they're using it, how they're coming about it. I know I shared a lot of nuggets here. These 5 core principles. There's, as I said, like there are 12 plus of them. I can talk about this all day. Again, we only have a few more minutes left. So in the interest of time, I'm going to wind this up and go next year. Just want to quickly summarize what I said here, and then how you can take these principles and start applying it in your specific products and achieve growth without putting a lot of money into you don't have to spend exponential spend for exponential growth, and that's the core of product growth. Just want to summarize that. The key 3 points here to take away are: first is like understand the key principles and build your ideas based on key principles and hypothesis, right? So understand these 12 principles, how they work, how do they apply, what are some of the use cases, other companies have used it, what is relevant for you, what makes sense for you is first you need to come out with, and then you build your hypothesis based on these principles. And then the second step is you build your growth experiments based on them, right? You don't really go productize these ideas and expect things to happen. Really see what's the minimal, easy way. Can I put a simple plugin out there? Can I add a simple button for people to think or share? Can I put an easy information out there? Do people really like to see this information? So kind of like build as you perform these growth experiments and understand how they perform before really scaling it and productizing it and building it as part of your product. And then the last but not the least, always have guardrails in place and counter metrics and counter measurements. I've seen like places where you introduce a new product feature for enabling growth, but that might affect something else in your product. That might affect engagement in your product, or that might make the user feel very uncomfortable, right? So those are situations you want to avoid. So always build a set of counter metrics that you can look at as you're building these growth experiments, especially on the product side. You got to be really, really careful on how these users are looking at these growth modules, and then how are they reacting to it? Are there any negative effects that is causing? What is the short-term impact? What's the long-term impact? And then go about launching them. So that's kind of like, I would say, like at the core of it, what I wanted to share. Last but not the least, again, thank you so much for this time and helping me share some of the nuggets. I'm writing a book on product growth, which I'm going to talk about all the 12 principles in detail and every aspect of how some case studies and how do you really apply them as well. And then, like, again, thanks to one of the companies that I actually advised today as an advisor in their board, Drawify.com, to help me build these sketches to make these look really fun and exciting. I'm going to pause there to see if the questions. Adam, do you have any questions or any questions that has come up? I'm happy to answer at this point.
Hey, Anand, can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, great presentation, and I certainly do appreciate that you used very specific case studies, to really hammer the point across. Actually, as I was taking notes, you brought up with TikTok, it's seamless, and there's no need to create an account or login. That is actually a very, very good point about TikTok. And in fact, actually, I've used TikTok numerous times. And on a side note, they have an excellent video editor functionality to it as well. But what I certainly take away from that is, because it's seamless and there's no need to create an account, it's like it keeps the users in the action the whole time. So there's no break in the activity, so to say. So, if somebody, let's say, likes like a Doge video, the one with the silly Shiba Inu, it's the mascot of Dogecoin. Well, you can keep going and hopping from video to video to video without having to, let's say, double back and then create an account and then get the verification email and go through all that. So I think keeping users in the action the entire time is very, very useful, because I think a lot of times if there's like a break, people are just going to be like, oh, I'm going to go do something else. This is frustrating.
Right.
I think especially nowadays with like the very kind of really limited attention span with society nowadays. So keeping people in the action, I think, is very, very important.
Absolutely.
And I like how you mentioned with Google Docs, the very central element of collaboration, and you could almost say in real time, editing and drafting and otherwise, making changes on projects with a team. I think other than the fact that it saves a lot of time, using Google Docs and, selecting the permissions as is and having people make the changes. I do think it also, in a way, enhances maybe you could say the team collaboration spirit, so to say. Everybody's working on something almost simultaneously, I guess, depending on what everybody else is doing. I think there is a very positive psychological effect to that when you have everybody in real time and you can see everybody popping up working on different parts of a project.
Absolutely. And it also creates a lot of network effect, right? So I'm using Google Docs for doing this. Somebody was using PP, PowerPoint or something, and now I'm actually forcing them to come to Google Docs to use it, and now they become a Google Docs user. So it's kind of like the collaboration and the working on an aspect, but at the same time, now you're getting more and more users to start using the product, and that brings a lot of growth to Google Docs. And that principle is applied now in Canva and a lot of other tools. And now, like, for example, there is a creator tool where they really want to invite other creators to come and collaborate with them, right? So that's kind of like you create like a place where it's a simple tool or simple way Now that everything is in the cloud, building some instances like on collaboration is not that hard. It could and then understand if this is applicable in your product, and then bring an aspect of collaboration. That means your users are going to be championing and getting more users into your product to build things, and they will invite more people as well.
Right. And you brought up another good point when it comes to Credit Karma in that case study. Comparison information. Of course, it's always very essential to know your credit score and see if there's any outstanding debts, any pending liens or current liens. Like all these things are very important. But to add to that, the comparison, I think that is very, very important. That really helps users troubleshoot as far as what they need to do to improve their score. And by the way, I think it also encourages users to, let's say, correct their finances if they kind of know, let's say, what the average credit score is, let's say, in their state or municipality or otherwise community.
Right.
So it adds that extra
kind of a leaderboard idea, right? You have
it's like a leaderboard idea. Exactly.
Yeah.
It gives people that context for either like comparison or even competition. Maybe if somebody goes on Credit Karma, they get the full report and they say, oh, wow, my credit score is 5 points lower than the average. They're really going to, I think a reasonable person, they're really going to get on top of it. I'm like, okay, let me go fix these other things so I can at least be, kind of in the green here. So I think pointing that out was very, very essential. And in fact, an excellent point. And I like with Honey.io, the theme there, fish where the fish are. That is so crucial. And that is so, I think that is so essential to a successful, either, service or product. I think forcing like kind of customers to navigate to a certain point, you may end up losing customers along the way. People might feel it's a little bit too much effort, or it's a little bit too much out of the way, or it's inconvenient. They may feel, I think I'm going to look at other things. But with what Honey.io did, very smart to essentially create that ecosystem surrounding the customer. So it's kind of already where they exist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'll give you an example on that one, right? Because I work in the affiliate space, influencer space. I built 2 companies. The first one is at $1 billion valuation. So I think like that space is pretty crowded. Like there are thousands of deal sites, coupon sites out there that you can just go search for coupons and stuff, right? And then you have to really fight for SEO to be on the top as a coupon provider and all that, right? They changed the game. They said like, okay, I'm not asking people to come to my site doing all this work. Instead, I'm going to focus. I'm going to go to new places where users hang out. Okay, they're already buying in Amazon. They're already buying in the shopping stores. How do I pop up in the middle of that and provide the coupon? Again, it's of value to them. They're going to use it. So that's where they build the Chrome. Became the number 1 Chrome extension. There are 3 companies that followed us. All of them became $1 billion companies, like Wikibuy and all the other guys. So it's a fantastic thing to think about. I think like Chrome extension is one of those less used things. Even SaaS companies should be making use of it, right? There's a lot of value to it. That's how I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, going to, Google Chrome, essentially having, I guess that goes more or less along the line, fish where the fish are, so to say, having that functionality built into the browser. It's, because it's already there and it's not out of anybody's way, clients, customers, users are going to always go to it. And, and there's not going to be like any kind of break in the action. So, I mean, these are all, excellent points. And I think these are excellent case studies that you brought up as far as, what are, I guess you could say, the finer ingredients that have made these projects, which essentially became very large, successful brands, what made them successful. And you kind of see how they did things, a little differently. And it worked out. And it seemed like at least the teams behind it, they did their due diligence and research and were willing enough to take a chance with like a new strategy and tactic.
Absolutely. That's what we call growth experiments, right? We're almost like pushed to a point, at least like my time at Facebook or previously in other Silicon Valley startups, we're almost pushed to a point where like, what can we do in the product? What can we do different things? Like there's another big case study about Airbnb using Craigslist. I didn't share that use case today because of time. That is called short circuiting the marketplace. What they did was Airbnb initially had, a certain amount of supply, which is like they went and signed up, 10,000 houses in San Francisco or something. When I was at San Francisco in the middle of all that, a block away from the Airbnb early office. So once they had the supply, instead of just spending a lot of money to get demand and ask people to download apps, which they did later, they actually took all that inventory and put it on Craigslist. And then Craigslist was the default place where all the demand traffic was going in. They short-circuited the marketplace altogether. And then when people clicked on these links, they end up coming to Airbnb to book it. So that's how they got all the initial free traffic. And then they built a lot of customers. And then eventually they built a whole, a multi-billion-dollar company out of that, right? So that's the key, is understanding where the users are going. How do I bring the product in front of them? How do I balance the areas, right? That's kind of like the key.
That is awesome. And I have to say, Anand, excellent presentation, excellent case studies, right to the point, really to the heart of the matter. Anand, thank you so much for coming on today and doing this presentation. I found it very, very enlightening. And I think these case studies give a lot of context as far as what works. So, again, thank you so much. Right now, I'm going to pass the mic to Javi, and he will be introducing our next speaker.
Thanks, Adam. Wow, that was awesome. I always love when you speakers are able to present some like case studies, like been there, done that type of examples.
Sure.
It definitely, I'm a visual learner, so I have to see it. I can hear it all day or read about it, but like when I actually see it, it's a different ball game for me. But yeah, let me introduce our next speaker. Super excited about this. Seth Fogel, Vice President of Sales at OneVision.ai. is going to be chatting with us about gaining critical mass and fast tracking sales. Seth, how's it going today?
Good, man. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
No, thanks. Thanks a lot.
I will be stepping back here. I'll let you take over the mic, and I'll kind of check in with you with 5 or 10 minutes left to see if there's any questions. If you want to leave it open for Q&A.
Yeah, just, because you're a visual learner, you probably are not going to like my limited slides, just a heads up. Hey, everybody. I wanted to, as Avian mentioned, my name is Seth Fogel. I was hoping to just have a discussion on thoughts on how to gain critical mass or more or less fast track your sales. Again, I'm with a company called OneVision AI, which is a decision science platform. What it basically does is it pulls in all of your data points for your marketing assets and gives you a linear interpretation of what those assets are doing when it comes to conversion. Not only are they doing from your search or from your SEO or your social, but it can also then connect into your CRM and actually show, okay, I generated this many leads, but of those leads, what actually turned into sales? And as you guys probably are fully aware, working inside that space, inside the marketing space, there's a lot to be interpreted. And what this does is really boil it down in a visual way so that you can make decisions, better decisions on where to spend your money, what is working, how to target, so on and so forth. I encourage y'all to jump on it and jump on the site and schedule a demo. It's a great product. It's a great group out of Pittsburgh, PA. We're all a bunch of data nerds, so we love to bring on products or bring on other verticals and clients that would challenge us to help interpret their data really well. Just quickly about me, excuse the ambulance running by. I've been in the sales space for the last 15 plus years. I didn't originally try to get into that space. I didn't say, hey, I want to be a sales manager or director. I was actually in the agency world for a while, and then the recession happened back in 2008, and I was lucky enough to get a job managing a team. And for whatever reason, it just kind of clicked. And throughout the years, I've worked for Tegna, which is television broadcast sales, also their digital marketing product suite. I've worked for a television production company where we were doing advertorial, to working in SaaS over the last 4 or 5 years. And it just seems like it's a natural progression in the technology. But through those years, the reason what you see up there on the screen, throughout those years, I was consistently writing down either thoughts or tactics or strategies or types of personnel or hiring practices. And I just would write it down and maybe try to start writing something, and then I would stop. I'm writing down, trying to stop. But during the COVID lockdown, we all had more time than what we knew could do. You can't watch Tiger King a second time. So I ended up just punching out this book, and this is what you got. It's available. It's cheap on Amazon if you want to take a look. So let's just quickly jump into, let's quickly talk about, when I say critical mass, what am I talking about? Critical mass is trying to, from the point that you actually start developing your product to when you're ready to go to market, that is that crucial time. It could be 6 months, a year, it could be 2 years, where you're trying to get as many sales and client base and revenue at one particular time as quickly as you can. And this could be because you're trying to hit some projected goal. I'm trying to hit my, my $5 million to $10 million so I can look profitable, so I can be purchased. It could be because you're launching a new product as an existing company, but you got a new product, there's a big initiative behind it. You need to put the sales to back it up. Or it could be relaunching companies. A number of times I've taken on roles where it's a pre-existing company. They have, for whatever reason, started to stall or gotten stale, and we needed to figure out a way to reinvigorate them. And then the last thing is you need to make sales to keep the lights on. And I know for a lot of you startups out there, this is obviously important. You need to get those sales quickly. So when I say critical mass, I'm talking about the actual effort to get to that number for survival, or as I say here, eating. Here's a couple of points. I'm not going to go into I'm sure a lot of our other speakers can speak deeper on inbound sales, or setting up their CRM or developing your budget. I wanted to take more of a kind of 50,000 foot view of things that to consider when you are about to begin or setting up, or you are going into that critical mass sales stage. And we'll cover things like love blindness, focusing on crystal balls, sales is a grind for you who don't know, empowering your team, which is a misspelling, be flexible, be opening and hiring, and pay accordingly. So let's just start with love blindness. I have ran into this, and when I say this, when I mean love blindness is, I've come into roles where a CEO or the developer CEO or founder and the team are extremely in love with their product. And that could be great. And there's nothing wrong with loving your product, but it sometimes can hinder when you're trying to run a sales organization or build a sales organization, it can sometimes hinder your ability to price the product or roll the product out in an aggressive manner. And that means, they shun the idea of discounting. And I agree. A lot of times you have a CEO that's like, this product should be this price. And I agree with it. 100%. It's a badass product. I wouldn't have taken the role if not. But the problem is that either it's an unproven product or overpriced can immediately stall or kill a sale. You know, and you know, it's not always about price per se. It can also be, you know, the thought process of those CEO and founder, CFOs, whatever it might be, accounting, that, you know, they come out of the gates and say, I want only long-term contracts. I only want 1, 2, 3. Everybody should have this for the rest of their lives. Or it could be exorbitant onboarding fees. And again, these will slow or kill sales. The way, you know, if you were building that team and you were starting this initiative and you were responsible for your SDRs and your sales reps, working on the pricing and creating incentives, you know, I would try to sit down with the powers that be, that founder, that CEO, and just and give it and try to let them see it from the perspective of the actual customer or prospect themselves. You know, I think you know, prior to this, the guy that was on before me, he was like, there's a lot of freemiums. I'm not saying do a freemium per se, depending on your software, that might not make sense, but at least you have to eliminate any type of hurdles that might cause an objection getting to that signed contract. And that, you know, so because you need to think of it like, I need to make it that they're removing risks on the client side or the prospect side, so that they will give it a try. You know, some CRMs, some other SaaS-based products, they're pretty involved, and it might be time heavy, and the cost of change for that, or to accept it, or to build it, or to start implementing it on that consumer or new client side, it can be rough. And so they might be like, I'm gonna skip it. So just try to think of it when you're putting that in front of your CEO that might be having that pushback, that, you know, we have to make it easy to sell. We have to make it easy to adopt. And the thing is, you know, I can feel like some CFO's head exploding right now, or a founder's head exploding right now. But the second part of that conversation with that CEO on, you know, looking from that client's perspective is, just because we're going to lower the price today, or we're going to give a discount, or we're going to do away with onboarding fees, whatever it might be, doesn't mean that in the future that we can't do that. We can't bring it on. You know, if you're an active company and you're a dynamic company and you're constantly developing and adding new, you know, you can add applications and additional fees for the new products that you add on. It doesn't mean that, you know, it's in the beginning, let's make it easy. And then, you know, you can slowly start itemizing things as you go along. Let's see, focusing on crystal balls. All right, so there's been, I don't know if it was caused by COVID or not, people working from home, but there was, for some amount of time, a CRM was considered super hot, and every CEO and founder and operation had to have the CRM. And there was a lot of focus on KPIs, and it was just like, this has to, you know, you have to have it. This is where we're going to have our projections. This is where we're going to know what's happening. This is where we're going to feel a heartbeat on the sales department. And for whatever reason, over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of pushback in the industry on what goes in there and what doesn't go in there. I'm not going to pile on, I mean, the thing is like CRMs are great. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they are 100% awesome when it comes to keeping track of your leads, your contacts, all your correspondence, contracts, stuff like that. But what they are not, especially when it comes when you're moving hard and fast in that critical mass stage, they are not crystal balls. They're not going to give you a clear projection. Because if you are doing what you're doing, you're moving at the speed of light, scrambling, trying to come up with deals, reinventing the product, so on and so forth, you're not going to get a true idea of what's going to happen down the road. It might be able to show you individual efforts from an individual rep, but the likelihood is if you're monitoring it and you're monitoring inside of it, they'll be good with it for about 2 weeks, and then they will start basically, for lack of a better term, bullshitting you. What a CRM or crystal ball, it'll slow things down in that critical mass stage. When you are making people upload, storylines of what the conversation was and what the next steps are and where you think they're going to possibly fall and percentage, there's just no way you can know that. And it's silly for you to force your sales team into putting in that kind of stuff. You got if you have new team members on there, you have a better chance of just rolling dice if they know where a client's going to fall, because typically they don't have enough experience to make that call on what the closing percentage is. And it'll completely throw it. If you're looking at that dashboard and trying to get some kind of interpretation of where you stand, it's all just noise. When you are in that critical mass stage and you are pushing super, super hard, you as a sales director, vice president of sales, sales manager, whatever it might be, founder, you need to be focused on calls. You need to be conversations to a point, demos, contract sent, and contract signed. And that's it. And if you really wanted to strip it down, it would be calls, demos, contracts. Because contract sent, I've had reps that just sit there and send out contracts to anybody that has a heartbeat. It's not a qualified KPI. I know that might be a little bit, people get all upset about that, but I mean, that's just the reality. When using a CRM, the best thing, especially in that critical mass stage, is to try to maintain a CRM, or what I call maybe a CRM hygiene. And what I mean by that is that you are trying to only put in contacts of leads that you've actually had some level of correspondence with via email, via phone, or via text. And the reason why is a lot of times I see inside these CRM more noise than there is actual useful information. And that's where you buy a list, you put the list in the system, and then you have your team kind of call through it, maybe, if they're any good and they're doing their job. But what it does is it just creates pages and pages of data that could be wrong, that could be non-essential, probably is non-essential. So when you are using a CRM, and if you have to use a CRM, try to cut away that confusion and bloat and just have the information that is important to actually creating a deal. So when the rep has a conversation and it's a positive conversation and they seem somewhat warm to it, put them in. But all of the other data, lead, your contacts, everything like that, probably need to keep that on another Excel sheet I know that sounds crazy, but it's true, and that's what works. Another one is, when we were talking about calls, call it COVID, call it what you want, modern day work environment. What I am seeing out there in the field, in the marketplace right now is I can send out 100 emails a day and then just go into a black hole. It really is coming down to phone calls. And also I've seen more and more where people are texting each other. That seems to be more and more comfortable. That might be an age thing, sorry. And if you can get in front of those and get in conferences and meet people face to face, that seems to be the best way to get that critical mass and get everything moving along at a fast pace. One thing that, I'm not paid by these guys, but if you have ever, there's a company called Kixie, Kixie. This basically allows you to make numerous calls at one time. So it can make 4 calls at one time. And then whenever that one of those 4 picks up, then it connects it. What that allows you to do, if you are, managing overhead and you only have a couple of reps, this program will allow you to do that number of do 4 times the number of dial outs than say, what 4 people can do. It's doing what, for 1. Probably should check those guys out. Good group of people out of San Fran. Let's see. Sales is a grind. If you have not been in sales, it is a emotional roller coaster. As you begin, if you have more experience and over time, that emotion kind of dulls a little bit because you've seen it, you've heard it, you felt it before, you've been through the highs and lows. For new reps, new SDRs, it can be rough. You cheer for that new partnership, and when you actually get a sale, and then you also have to live with days where you make 100 calls and you hear no, or something even worse, a lot. So, when you're in that critical mass stage, you need to kind of be the mother hen and need to know that on the upfront, that you need to do everything in your power to make sure that those sales reps have what they need at their disposal to make them as strong as they could possibly be going into market, making those calls, and they have what they need. One of those things is, and we'll talk about something further down the line when it comes to empowerment, but one of those things is consistently redefining or rewriting your sales scripts. And I know some of you are like, oh, of course, why wouldn't you? But here's the thing is, like, you need to make sure whatever comes out of your sales rep's mouth or your mouth is authentic, it's engaging, and more importantly, easy to understand. And this is something I wrote about in the book. If you can't explain your product to your mother and her not understand unless she's being patronizing, then you are overcomplicating what you're pitching to your people. And more importantly, it needs to be both motivating, not only to the listener at the other end, the prospect, but also for your reps and SDR. It's important that they feel confident what's going on. And in the same sense as, like, I might write out a script that sounds whiz bang and wonderful, but it come out pretty wooden. And so I work with the team because they're making the sales reps, because they're making the calls. And I encourage them to rewrite well, not completely rewrite it, but write in portions of that script so it's in their own words, it's in their own phrases. Because again, if it sounds wooden coming out of their mouth, it's going to be heard wooden on the other end of the phone when you finally get somebody on the phone. And that basically, you kill the deal before it even gets out, before the phone's even hung up. On being available for trying to do everything in your power for your sales team, I really encourage, and I've seen this over and over again, where I have sales managers, or I've worked with sales managers who are not available, meaning those people are the ones in the CRM trying to create a storyline, trying to build a report. In the critical mass stage, we don't have that much time. You shouldn't have that much time to build reports and, feather your nest. You need to be available on every call. Your reps the reps should be asking you to be available on every call. If they're not asking you to be available on every call, that there's an issue, either with the rep, either with you, either with the product, the market, or they're just struggling. But, you being available to be in those, especially in that critical mass stage, being able to jump on a call at any given moment and run shotgun with them to help them close deals, and more importantly, give them confidence in handling objections. That is, not only are you showing that I'm in it to win it with you, I'm invested in your success, but it also allows you to be involved with listening to how the customers are responding to the script, or handling objections, or the customer questions. And it allows you to then preemptively build out scripts or write out and do trainings on handling objections based off of certain products or services that you offer. And also, sometimes, again, when it comes to being able to explain what you do and what you sell to your mother, is, again, you being on the calls with the reps and hearing those questions from those clients allows you to kind of blow the smoke out of the room and try to eliminate any type of confusing language or pricing or terms that, again, will hinder that closing of the deal. Let's see. One of the things that I kind of learned early on, when it was giving a little bit of the reins to your sales rep and empowering them, empowering your team to do deals, manage or work with some of the pricing or discounting. And that doesn't mean having a free for all or fire sell. What I'm saying is allowing your sales rep to have the flexibility and autonomy to build the deals out, either through some kind of tiered discount, offering free trials, or even adding like minor product enhancements at no charge. When you give that levity to that rep, it gives them wiggle room and also creates the environment of a win-win scenario for that prospect that's getting closer and closer to the actual deal. One of the things that I did early on for a production company was we knew what our clients had spent the year before, and we wanted to increase them by 15 or 20% the following year. We had reevaluated, or I had reevaluated the value of some of the offerings that we had, and what we were able to do is basically build it out in a fashion that you could take that client spend and show them what they were going to receive this year, or you could the rep would then say, well, if you spend up to this amount, preferably that 15 or 20%, I can do these things for you in addition to what you got last year. Now, some of those additions were product enhancements or things that had some value, but not a ton of value, but in the client's mind was great. Something that they got something more than they got last year. Or, okay, I'm going to spend a little bit more, but in what they did end up getting more bang for their buck, but it was allowed the rep to create a deal specific to the needs of the client. And again, that empowers the rep. They feel they are involved. They brought this client to the table. They brought, and they are putting together the best possible deal they can think of, and creating the best win-win situation. And, when you give that autonomy and you give that ability to that sales rep, they are, they're going to be completely jacked that they have that ability. Let's see. How am I doing on time here? The being flexible, being open. And this kind of goes back to my initial thing about love blindness. But, and this kind of falls a little bit on the sales director, sales marketing, or sales director, sales managers landing on their lap is, I can do all the research on what the market's going to look like, what the competitors look like. I can see, I have a target audience who I believe is the ones who are going to make it. Who are going to make the decision. I can, get the pricing. I can build the discounts and everything like that. But once I get into the market and the actual push inside that critical mass of making those sales, all hell breaks loose. All of my projections, all of my targets, my approach, even the marketing collateral can be completely wrong because because I maybe assumed or just in my own blind, with blinders on, this is the way I think this is the way it's gonna work. You have to be, the point being is those things, one or all of those things could go sideways on you. You need to have the ability to be open, listening to what the clients are saying, and pivot to that, and be flexible to say, all right, we're going to have guys, tell your reps and tell your CEO, look, the way we had it, the way we thought about this is a little different than the way it's currently going. So, you have to consistently reevaluate what the conditions are, how things are moving along, and make those changes. And this can be like, this is the price that I want to sell it at, but for whatever reason, we've been hammering it for 3 months, and damn it, the damn thing is just not moving. We might make a couple sales, but you have to go back and listen to the clients and listen and talk with your reps and look and say, it's either this is the product, we're pushing this one angle and it's not working. We're using these phrases and it's not connecting. We are targeting this audience and they're not wanting it. And I can say 100% that I've targeted specific business verticals and I would be like, this is perfect for this particular business vertical, only to find out that when you put that product in front of them, they do the demo, they openly say, I do not want this product simply because it calls me out. It calls out some of our initiatives. It might uncover something. Or, some people say, I don't want that product because it'll eliminate my job. That happens too. But when you're looking at that, changing and pivoting and being flexible and being open, again, like we talked about, long-term contracts. Certain industries are anemic to long-term contracts. So you might have to pump the brakes a little bit and reevaluate it and change the terms of what you're pushing out there to month to month or 3 month. It could be, some people don't want to pay for service, or, it can vary. And when you're looking at, in consideration, like your previous research before going into hitting the market full blast, is that you thought that there was only 4 competitors in the space, only to find out that there are much, much more. And they might be backed by bigger money, and they might have a monster team, or they might have the product that you were selling is a sub product of a larger product that they can just add on for a small charge. So these are all of these things that you have to stop, pivot, and adapt quickly to. One last thing, and is hire and pay accordingly. For all you HR people on the line, you might want to just mute this, maybe even CEOs. But if you have not worked in sales or sales management for at least 5 to 10 years, you have you shouldn't be hiring sales professionals. And primarily because unless they have been in that space, they don't know what to look for. And when it comes to getting that critical mass scenario, and you're trying to make as many sales as humanly possible, you want to make sure that you have everything already. You want to have the best possible people in your on your team for that big push. A HR generalist might not know what it takes to be a salesperson, have that inner drive to make it happen. And if they are making those decisions, you're going to be left with some really good people, but you're not going to be left with sales killers. One other last thing, and I'm going to kind of taper off here, is, I've ran into this before, especially with CEOs and a CFO. When you're building that sales organization, they say, well, I can either get 2 SDRs for the price of this salesperson. And, when it comes to which one you choose, I would suggest going with the more senior salesperson. And the reason why is when you're in that critical sales and critical mass situation, you want to make sure that you have somebody that is autonomous, that understands the systems, understands how the etiquette of sales and having a business conversation, and build. An SDR is going to need, or a younger rep is going to need, a lot more coddling, a lot more care, and that is going to, again, hamper your time on getting there. So that's really all I got. I'm getting pumped over here to wrap it up. Once again, here's a couple of companies that I've used in the past. When you're in that critical state, you might not have a lot of money at your available to you. Kixi, Rocket Reach, which is building that list, and of course HubSpot. Those have been just kind of your go-to when it comes to systems in the early stages. They do allow lots of, and you can build on those, and they're easy to use, which is the most important thing. They're aesthetically, and the logic moving through each one of their screens is super easy. So once again, thanks again. I'm not on Twitter. Email me if you need me. It's here on the screen. But thanks again, guys. Thoughts?
Seth, thank you so much for that. You answered my next question. I was going to ask you where people can connect with you offline or online. But
LinkedIn.
That's funny. All right, cool. And then your email is right there. Yeah, we really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, providing all of it, that insight. Sales is always an interesting topic to talk about, especially at early stage startups. So yeah, I really appreciate you being out here with us, spending an hour of your time. So is there any last parting words you'd like to leave our audience with before we head to the next speaker?
No. Again, thanks a lot, guys. Feel free to reach out if you need anything, and it's a pleasure.
Appreciate that. I'll definitely be connecting with you afterwards. Thanks, Seth. What's up, everybody? I'm going to bring my co-host Adam back. Adam, will you be joining me?
Yes. How's it going, Javi? Can you hear me?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well.
Yep, I can hear you.
Wow,
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
You know, we've been very spoiled with such a great roster of guests and enlightening information for startups and how to navigate it. So, can't believe it. We're almost at the end of it. Well, anyway, before I ramble on too much, I'd like to introduce our next guest, Michael Francisco, the VP of Marketing at The Common Room. And the title of his presentation is Accelerating Growth Through Community. Hi, Michael.
Hello. How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good. I'm well, thank you. Excited to be here. All right. So I think I just share my screen and we get going. Is that right?
Yep, correct.
Awesome. Apologies for the user error here.
No worries. It appears we have gotten disconnected. So as we are waiting for Michael to come back online, I'll give an overview of I guess you can see the bullet points that are going to be covered with his presentation. And of course, I'll throw in a little bit of my banter in the meantime. So the title of his presentation is Accelerating Growth Through Community. So the impact of emerging buying trends on digital native and traditional brands. Well, I think first and foremost, as society is in the middle of this fourth industrial revolution, we are seeing vast changes across society in front of our eyes. And I think one of the major trends right now is actually having a strong social media presence. I would say in many ways it's almost a requisite at this point. You're going to see more traditional industries start to get Discord channels, for instance. And of course, you're going to see, the various, DeFi, NFT, and metaverse projects, continue onwards with the way they've, been doing. So as many of you are well aware, most of these NFT projects and DeFi projects have a very strong Discord presence. Oh, looks like we have Michael back. Everything
I
right
am
over
back.
there?
Yeah, I'm back. I apologize for that. Let's
No
chalk
worries.
that up to me being the marketing guy.
No worries.
All right. So, hi, folks, and thanks for having me today. I'm going to start with a mea culpa here at the outset. When I submitted my talk title, I called it Accelerating Growth Through Community. And it's not exactly the right title. I think the right title for this is really about accelerating growth with your community. I think as we look at the market today and we look at kind of how software procurement trends are changing, and as a result of that, how the buying patterns have shifted with budget, it's really important to think about investments in community, especially for, I would say, startups, I would say Web3 folks, people who are building SaaS solutions. The trends really point to community being really a foundational part of their success and growth over time, and really a critical part of product-led growth models. And we'll talk a little bit about that today. What I want to walk through first is kind of a grounding on where we are as an industry and talk about some trends that really influence how we should think about go-to-market. We're going to talk a little bit about what are some of the factors that have led us to this place. And we're going to talk about the shift that companies need to make in order to take advantage of this space and really kind of get a competitive advantage over the competition. So I'm going to start this with kind of a couple of grounding concepts. McKinsey likes to use the term digital native brands. And if you look at the rise of digital native brands over the last 3 years, unicorns funded year over year, 15% of them in 2020 versus 5% in 2018 are digital native. And digital native brands are brands that are, in this context, are consumer focused. So think of the Pelotons of the world who are disrupting the kind of exercise equipment industry, and they're doing that through digital means. They were born in a digital space. Their users congregate online, and their solutions, you know, the value add solutions on top of the hardware really are all delivered through digital means. Kind of the core attributes of these digital native brands that I think are important for this conversation is that they know who their customers are. There's no question for Peloton about who their customers are and what the profile of their potential or nascent customers should be. They also have a very clear understanding of what online behavior led them to that brand. So because they were born online and they've taken time to understand what the people around their products are doing, they kind of understand that buying journey really well, which allows them to understand what levers to pull and kind of what investments to make to really accelerate their growth over time. And as we think about expansion, which is clearly a critical part of this PLG motion, these brands, because of all this knowledge and context they have, can predict what they're very likely to buy next. So it puts them in a very good position to really disrupt the market, drive, I would say, customer-centric products and solutions based upon the feedback loops they're getting from their customers and from these communities of people that are around their customers. And then once they're in, because they have these great feedback loops, they can understand the patterns that previous customers have followed, as well as understand what their customers want from them, so they can both build and predict what those folks are likely to buy next. The other interesting thing about digital native as a concept is that a lot of these folks are consumers, right? And when I go to buy something, I don't typically I might go to the website to get an overview of what the thing does, but that's not actually what drives my real discovery and my real decision-making process. I actually leverage communities of people to make that decision. So if I'm going to go watch a movie, I are picking a movie to go see, or how I'm going to spend my time over the next 3 weeks binging a long series on Netflix, I'm going to go to IMDb or Rotten Tomatoes. If I'm going to go to a restaurant, I might look at their menu online, but really what I want to know is, what does that experience like? What's the quality of the thing that they're delivering, and kind of what has been the experience that people have had in that restaurant? And I'll go to Yelp to do that. But this is expanded to other things as well, to communities that are not specific to a restaurant or a movie. These influences are happening in the metaverse. They're happening on TikTok. People getting up there, posting a couple-minute video that has a significant impact on how people think about a brand, an experience, a product. And this community kind of influence decision-making is something that these brands have taken advantage of, and something that we're starting to bleed over into SaaS and into software acquisition. I think, I spent a number of years at GitHub, and I was at GitHub kind of during this wave of digital transformation. Everything was digital transformation. And how do we think about how software and services across all of the touch points and all of the solutions and things that customers engage in, as well as the development, test, and deployment and to production, how those processes are influenced by digital transformation. And it really kind of drove this buzzword around kind of shift left, right? So going back to my GitHub days, it was really about everything was shifting left, and everything was kind of moving towards the developer. So DevOps started as this means of allowing for better collaboration between the production and infrastructure teams and developers to really make it easier for developers to move things through their pipelines, test and deploy with consistency, kind of low failure rates, and really kind of ensure uptime, quality, and SLAs for their customers. Over time, things continued to shift left to the point where now through solutions like GitHub or Azure DevOps or GitLab, CircleCI, BuildKite, Vercel, all of these products that have really allowed developers to kind of own that whole process from plan through deploy, sometimes through operate and monitor. And we're seeing more and more responsibility being pushed to the left to the developer. Well, the other thing that's shifting left in this whole process is budget. And as we think about how software is procured today, that budget is moving more and more from a centralized procurement environment where you're making top-down buying decisions to individual developers and teams who are, because they own so much of that process now, are looking for discrete point solutions to figure out how to solve problems that they have. They're purchasing these solutions primarily through PLG motions, being able to go in, buy something for their own use, and then we're seeing the expansion out through that organization. If you look at customers like Atlassian and Figma, like this is the motion that they took. People started using the product, they brought it into their organization, and all of a sudden, I, the designer, am not the only one who's using Figma. I'm now using it with my development teams, and we're partnering on designs around specific applications or whatever it is that we're building. Oh, and now, by the way, I'm also pulling in my business teams. And so I have marketers and I have business analysts and others working in Figma to try to help design the right solutions for our customers and kind of really collaborating and working together. And so that approach has allowed Figma to really expand both its TAM, but also expand its reach within our organization, has allowed them for great hyper growth. Forrester, about 2 years ago, I think in one of the Forrester Wave reports, indicated that procurement by developers and development teams accounts for about 75% of new SaaS acquisitions. So if you think about that for a minute, that's a big shift from where we were in the past. We see more and more software acquisitions starting with a small purchase and then expanding up. And I'm sure you've heard this over the last day and a half that you've been listening to this, but I think it's a really important point to drive home again, that the buyer is changing, which means we need to, as an industry, think about how do we adjust to those buying patterns to make sure that we are taking advantage of these trends. Similar to consumers, developer decision-making is not just influenced by websites. We know that developers look at websites. It's one of the top one or two things they do because they're really just looking to see, hey, does this thing address the problem that I'm solving, right? Check that box. Yes, it says that it solves the problem that I'm looking for. It's going to cure this pain for me so I can move on and do the things that I want to do. But that is not ultimately what is driving that purchase decision. Like consumers, developers rely on communities and their peers and experts to really understand and kind of get started down this discovery process. They look to their peers to understand, hey, what are you doing to solve this problem? They look at how solutions are deployed and what other companies are using to influence how that's happening. And so this discovery process is happening outside of the marketing that organizations are doing to drive into the market. They're actually doing this discovery on their own, relying on people around them to help influence the decision that they're making, because really they just want to solve the problem and get back to the work that they're really interested in doing. If you break this down in terms of how time is spent in the discovery process, you see here that, of all the things that they're doing, meeting with potential suppliers makes up about 17% of this entire process. So researching independently online, meeting with their internal buying groups, doing their own independent research offline, and other activities. They're spending very little time engaging with the actual brand and specifically with the sellers related to that brand to help them make the decision about what they want to do. I read another stat, and I'm going to cite it, but I can't cite the source, that about by the time a seller engages with a potential buyer in this new world, about 60% of the decision-making process has already been completed. That means that they are greater than halfway to making a decision, which means they're already leaning in a particular direction at the point in which they engage. So your opportunity, if you are not the brand they're engaging with, to help shift that decision has diminished considerably if you haven't been part of that earlier discovery process. Gartner cited recently that your sales reps have roughly 5% of a customer's time during their B2B buying journey. If you think about that for a moment, and you think about the opportunity to influence, this becomes super challenging if you're the second vendor into an opportunity. Worse if you're the third vendor into an opportunity. And this isn't to say that sellers in this new world of PLG aren't important. They absolutely are. Even if you look at like Atlassian, who built their whole company was built on this PLG model, and they kind of stand forth as a pillar and a great example of growth. They have enterprise sales teams, and there are a need for sellers. In fact, OpenView released a report that I think 33% of people kind of moving through this PLG cycle do want to engage with a seller, but they want to do it at the point that makes sense for them. Typically, it's at a point where the seller can now return value, whether we're talking about licensing discounts or packaging options, those sorts of things. But often it's after kind of that key discovery that you want your sellers and marketing to influence has already happened. The impact of all of this, if you think about the amount of time that your marketing, the amount of influence your marketing has, the amount of time your sellers have with your community, and kind of where the decision and discovery process is happening, is that what communities are saying about you is increasingly as important as what you say about yourself. As a marketer, as a long-term marketer, it horrifies me and terrifies me that the messaging is now out of my hands. How do I go out and make sure that my product is being positioned appropriately, that people are actually out there saying the things that are true about my product, that people are out there actually communicating the value appropriately? It's a really challenging place to be. And so understanding how to influence, work with, and guide communities is becoming more and more important over time. Another kind of point here that I think is important, 82, according to the same Gartner report, about 80% of B2B sales interactions between suppliers and buyers will occur in digital channels by 2025. This further kind of nails home the imperative around being able to engage your audience where they are, making sure that as this increase in kind of digital channel procurement continues, the opportunity to engage one-on-one continues to be reduced. So as companies are kind of creating these great PLG models, making the trial and conversion and procurement process very, very simple, it also means that one-to-one engagement and that opportunity for that is decreasing. And so this is a trend that we don't expect to be, being less relevant or less important. This is a trend that we expect to be even more important over time as we continue to move forward. I want to go back to this concept of digital transformation. We talked about digital transformation really being about the infrastructure and about how we plan, build, and deploy solutions for our customers, how we make sure that they're reliable and secure and all of those sorts of things. The market has moved this way. The way people build software has moved this way. Even incumbent and older companies that are looking to compete with kind of the digital native disruptors in their market are adopting this digital transformation to be able to close the gap and catch up and be able to retain their position at the top. But the thing that hasn't changed primarily is the go-to-market. As you look at kind of this digital transformation space, the area of the business that hasn't transformed completely, or hasn't in many cases even taken this step, is the go-to-market functions within the organization. Sales, marketing, everybody's trying to figure this thing out. And this is one of the reasons why these born in the cloud and digital native organizations have an advantage, because they started in this space. They start here, and now they know the way this works because this is where they began. It's kind of core to how they operate and kind of natural for how they think about go-to-market. And so it creates a great opportunity for startups and folks, I assume, who are on this call, to really think about how to leverage this opportunity to really start disrupting their industry and disrupting the market that they're in. Another recent report from Gartner indicates that PLG penetration is very, very small. And I think the term they used was embryonic. I came from a company recently that is competing with another organization that started off in this kind of as a born in the cloud organization. That organization built their whole business on a PLG model, finding a really concrete and impactful point of entry, a very specific use case that their customers had. It was a very specific pain point. They got in, and then from there, it was easy for them to expand. It was much harder for an organization that was built more around an enterprise sales model to actually adapt to that, because there's a shift there that has to be made as you trade off investment in enterprise sales for an investment in a PLG model that naturally takes time to build and grow over time. A model that's highly dependent on SEO and content, that's not something you can just turn on overnight. It's something that you have to build and grow and establish both momentum and presence in order to be successful there. So again, I think this points to a significant opportunity for organizations that are being born in the modern marketplace, who are starting from this place as opposed to having to retrofit to get back to it. So this is where community comes in. Community is kind of the linchpin for how all of this comes together. If we think about the PLG model, a lot of the product-led growth model, we're seeing a lot of great innovation in that space, whether it be tools and platforms to help organizations really optimize their solutions to support this product-led growth funnel. But there's another piece of the equation that sits a little bit ahead of that, which is the community. And I kind of think about this in the underpants gnome metaphor. You need to have a community, so you invest in teams to go build community. Step 2, it's a little bit of a black box. Step 3 is profit ? How should we be thinking about community? What is it? And how should we be thinking about the breadth of that? And how do we think about activating that community to actually start driving your funnel, not only to drive the right awareness and influence to get people into your PLG motion, but how do we leverage that community to continue to drive expansion? How do we think about establishing champions in the community and really helping you accelerate your business growth through that engagement? As I think about community, it's broader than a set of people that are living in repos or talking to each other on Discourse or Slack. Your community is your entire set of users. They don't stop talking at the point in which they become a paid customer. In fact, a lot of paid customers actually leverage community for support, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But as I think about community, I really think about it as the breadth of the user base that you have, as well as these people who are starting this discovery process and are now starting to engage to learn. You need to make sure that you're serving all of these audiences, to make sure that your messaging, your product, and all those things are being positioned appropriately, but also, and most importantly, so that you're adding value into that community. As a company that is really focused on a PLG and a community-led growth model, the priority here is about adding value to the community in order to create value for your organization. And I think that's a really important point, is that as you look to build this, it's really about how you engage. Are you adding value? Are you building affinity and trust and thought leadership in order to build relationships that help you grow and scale your business? When we think about community as an entity or as an opportunity for organizations, you really can start to see ROI across the entire business. You see ROI from things like product. Having a strong community allows you to get product feedback, get ideas, get contributions from folks. Here's what I'm using your product for today. Here's the adjacent thing I wish your product did that would really add value for me. Your community also helps provide beta testing, helps drive adoption. And also your community starts driving education on your behalf to the rest of the community. A healthy community is out there supporting itself as well as educating each other on best practices, on tips and tricks, thinking about how to start adopting a product inside your organization. And they can become very, very helpful and critical in kind of growing the ROI for your product organization within that community. I mentioned support briefly for a second there, but as you think about support, case deflection, knowledge and learning content, and again, education, your community, and especially folks on the call who are in a commercial open source environment really understand this. Open source is a significant influencer in the whole kind of transition around digital transformation and how software is built. That open source business model, that open source development model has started to penetrate inside of large organizations. So as we think about DevOps primarily being a tools first kind of concept back in the day, I think it's really a cultural kind of change that organizations need to make. And part of that culture is being able to leverage the insights and knowledge of the people that are using your tool and being able to quickly connect those that know, connect the experts with those asking questions, to be able to share knowledge, to educate, and also to help support and solve problems. From a customer success standpoint, we see community actually affecting things like attrition. As people are more engaged with community, we know that they're more likely to be at lower risk of churn. We see satisfaction NPS scores go up for companies that have strong communities because they have like-minded people that they can work with. They're constantly engaged and thinking about other ways to use the product to make them better at their jobs, to help elevate themselves in their careers and their roles, and also to make the company more successful. Again, we see product adoption coming out of communities, and customers are getting more out of the software that they use. So their own ROI is increasing as the strong community continues to influence the ways in which a particular product or solution is being used, and thinking about the breadth of that product across their organization. I have the box on the right here around sales and marketing, because this is an interesting topic, and we'll talk a little bit more about quantifying ROI in this context a little bit later on. But as we think about strong communities, we see things like marketing efforts being amplified through these communities. You think about content development. You may be investing a lot of money in a content strategy where you're building your own content, seeding it out into the market. When you have a strong community, you also have champions out in that community who are developing content on their own, who are writing, what are akin to white papers or sample architectures, things like that, and publishing it on their own to the community. So you have this virtuous cycle of content creation that within your own community actually does help with, if you have your web structure set up properly, actually helps with things like SEO and allows you to amplify your messages and kind of increase the volume of content that's out there that's helping influence decisions. Again, brand awareness and affinity and referrals, as I talked about early on, is in terms of how the discovery process is happening, are areas where we're seeing community actually help marketing really accelerate their efforts and drive more impact in the business. From a sales standpoint, one of the things that I think is a really nascent opportunity for us is understanding how do leads that flow through the community and land in your product, how are they leveraged appropriately by sales, and how do we use those to accelerate the business? Again, we talked about, customers getting greater ROI from their products. That leads into sales, leads into folks wanting to have conversations about, hey, how do I get this access to this other part of the product to expand the way that I'm using it? It also becomes a competitive advantage because you have people coming through community. You have higher intent buyers. In my experience, I've seen at the top of the funnel that paid ads tend to convert a little bit higher at the very top of the funnel in terms of people dropping into trial. But at the very bottom of the funnel, it's actually this inverse thing where the vast majority of the actual conversions to a paid customer start as an organic lead. So that high intent from the organic journey to your product really creates a strong competitive advantage as you start seeing customers come through with high intent, already educated about what your product should do, having expectations around what your product should do, and then being able to realize those expectations within the product. All of these things can help make your sales process much, much more efficient. And there's some additional things we can do that we'll talk about that help make your sellers even more effective as you think about community-led patterns and growth. I want to show this slide up here. It's a lot of stuff. We're not going to talk all about it, but I want to kind of show kind of how we think about, you know, the impact of community on a marketing cycle. As you can see here, this chart came from a friend of Common Room, Richard Millington, over at Feverbee. He's done a great job of kind of talking about all the touch points that exist that help drive marketing forward. So from awareness and advocacy to interest, how do we get interested in doing new things? How do we help drive conversion and ultimately drive retention? Communities become an indispensable kind of component of your entire kind of go-to-market function, and building healthy communities can very quickly, both very quickly and very significantly help your ability to go out and attract new users and close them on your product. I'm going to pause for a minute here on this concept because I've talked a lot about SaaS. I'm going to just take a moment to talk about Web3 and how these same principles apply. In the Web3 world, where a lot of the business is reliant on developers building things on top of a specific organization's blockchain, being able to go out and influence their developers as to why this is the right platform, why this is the right opportunity for them, all of this applies. And in fact, you could argue that this model is actually more important to kind of a Web3 environment than even a traditional SaaS, because of the business model itself and kind of how communities are built and kind of how growth is driven in that space. I want to share a couple of data points that we know at Common Room. So I'm going to save the description about what we do for the end. I'm not here to sell you on Common Room, but I want to kind of show a couple of examples of real data that demonstrates community first benefits. So in one of our customer organizations, we're able to see kind of what's happening in there by combining their CRM data with Common Room data and be able to map community activity with sales activity. And what we saw was in that particular company, 300 organizations were actually seen in their community before they showed up in Salesforce. So think about that for a minute. These are organizations that 300 of who represent total revenue of 5.3 million in ARR and opportunity size of 50.5 million. They were engaged in community long before the sellers or marketing even knew that they were looking at them. So being able to connect these two things together in order to drive business is critically important for scale and making sure that you're not missing out on opportunities that are already out there. We're also seeing deal velocity. 80% of community first companies close those deals in the first quarter. This goes back to my comments about being high intent. Having high intent buyers that get into your funnel, really know what to expect and know have clear guidance around what to expect and kind of what the product is doing for them is helping accelerate those sales cycles. This is compared to 42% of companies that are 42% of companies that are not keep leveraging community first are closing in the first quarter, and most of those deals are happening sometime in the first year, and you're really seeing that reduction of deal velocity as part of that. Community first opportunity is higher in a specific set of companies, and I think that, you know, I'm not sure of all the firmographics of the people that are on this call, but certainly organizations with 51 to 250 employees and revenue less than 100 million are really seeing this community first opportunity being a critical part of the way that they're growing their business. This particular stat is being pulled from the countries that you see below, but community is relevant everywhere. And we're seeing community grow kind of all over the world and being a really significant contributor to business growth globally. And I think it's really important for folks in this room, who I assume are startups, given the context of these conversations, to really be thinking about investments in community to help drive their business. So now what? So we've talked about why community is important, kind of how it's influencing the business. And now we're thinking about, okay, well, how do I do this? I'm going to provide a little bit of context here that building community is not something that just happens overnight. And I can't go into all the details in a 40-minute discussion, much less a multiple day discussion around best practices and kind of how to think about all of this. But I can provide some kind of very, very succinct high level guidance. One of the things, if you're thinking about investing in community, it's not a place you're investing today, or it's a place that you don't think that you're investing enough in, is really making sure that as you're thinking about these investments, that you are connecting it back to the business priorities that the leaders within your organizations care about. So community qualified leads, thinking about revenue. How is this helping us accelerate revenue growth within the company? Think about it in the context of case deflection and needs by your support and CSM teams. How is this going to help you reduce the cost it takes to have happy customers and ensure that you have great responsiveness and kind of very dedicated and loyal customers, because they know that they're going to, if they run into a problem, they trust and have confidence that that's going to be resolved. Customer acquisition cost. I think that this, you do the math through all the other things that I've said, the more you have community driving leads for you, the lower your acquisition cost becomes, as you're not paying high cost of acquisition through paid ads and other sort of kind of high cost executions that you need to do in order to drive people in. We talked about deal velocity. And the last point here around product and roadmap feedback. I think, I'm guessing everybody knows this, but it bears saying again, building products that your customers love to get them in is really important. Continuing to make it a product that your customers love over time is also very critical. And I think some mistakes that organizations have made, and I think if we were all talking, looking at each other, but you could raise their hand and call out an example. When you become too internally focused, you kind of lose sight of what's really important to your customers. And strong communities really help you make sure that you have a pulse on what's important, where that community is going, and where the work that they're doing is taking them, so that you can better map your roadmap and investments in product development to where your customers are headed, to increase both retention, but also to increase your opportunity for expansion as you look to add additional capabilities that you might charge for into the product. This often brings me to a question around, as we think about this investment community, where do these teams live? I think what's interesting about this is that this is from the State of Developer Relations report. So in 2021, I think if we're having a conversation about community management, this might skew even more towards marketing. But as we think about the role of developer relations over time, it's always been this separation of church and state, where DevRel teams are really focused on making sure we have happy communities of customers, and we don't think of them as a part of the value chain that drives customers into the funnel. We're seeing that shift over time. We're seeing more and more of these teams report into marketing as organizations start to recognize that in order to bring people in, they really need to add that value, as I said, to create value for the organization. So we see a lot of these this trend kind of shifting over time. There's a lot of other kind of demographic and firmographic information you can see in the State of Developer Relations report. But I think it's important to note that wherever it happens to live, it's important, and there's no one right way to do this. You should really think about what's right for your organization and where those folks should live. And I personally have worked in organizations where DevRel reports into engineering, where they report into the product team, and where they report into marketing. And in each of those cases, I think what's really important is really having clear goals and outcomes defined for that organization, so those folks are allowed to do their jobs and not let it become overwhelmed by the constraints and goals that the organization they report into might have. So talking of goals, I think it's really important as you're building community that you're really thoughtful about how you set your goals, because this is an effort that takes time. It's an effort that you have to continue to invest in, making sure you have great benchmarks, whether that be against your competitors, against alternatives, other places where folks might be getting this information, and also benchmarking against best-in-class standards, being very thoughtful about how you do that benchmarking in terms of growth, stage of company, and the types of things that you want to accomplish with your community. It's really important, not just so that your people don't go insane, but also so that you're setting the right expectations with leadership to feel confident in the investment they're making. The next phase is really about engagement and creating feedback loops. And I know I'm short on time, so I'll kind of hustle through this. I think as you think about doing this, it's about being authentic, talking in a voice that is authentic with this community, making sure that you can build trust in both your reputation and your brand, make sure you're adding value, and be consistent. You cannot build community if you aren't consistent in the way that you deliver content and value to that community. They'll just stop coming back. You want to make sure that you're consistent so they know they can keep coming back and get more out of that relationship that you're building with them. And the last thing is transform engagement with digital contacts. It's really about a shift to focusing on your pioneers and early adopters, being contextual about your outreach to your community, understanding what they're doing, what matters to them, and reaching out in that context, being personalized, making people feel like they're part of something, and providing what they've told you they need. It's listen to the community and trust that they're telling you the truth, because they are. And if they didn't want to tell you the truth, they wouldn't be spending the time in their community. If they're talking to you, it's because they care. It's because they think that there's a relationship and there's something that can come for them on the back end of that conversation. So listen to them when they tell you what they need and what's working and what's not. Very end here, I think I'm now a minute over, so I'll buzz through this. Our company, Common Room, has a user relationship management platform that really helps folks understand their community, what's happening in the community, whether you live on Slack or you live across multiple platforms, being able to aggregate information of who those people are, who are your influencers, who are your champions, and be able to engage them with consistency and empathy while reducing the amount of time spent on that, so that your DevRel and community managers can focus on other key priority activities. But again, in our communities, we've seen increased ACVs, increased adoption, and faster time to close across all of our customers who have invested in community. And so lastly, I think it's really important to get a holistic view of community, and that's what Common Room does. Be happy to show anybody Common Room if you're interested. But again, I'm not here to sell that to you. I'm here to hopefully provide some information that helps you as you think about growing and investing in your business. So with that, thank you. I appreciate the moderators letting me go over for a couple of minutes. If you need to reach me, the best way to do that is Michael Francisco at commonroom.io. I am on Twitter, but I'm not very active. My kids call me a lurker. So you can reach out to me there, or find me on LinkedIn. Happy to engage with anyone who might be interested. So thank you for your time.
Awesome. And that was an excellent presentation, Michael. Thank you very much. And by the way, I already reached out to you on LinkedIn. So, I definitely like to follow up and definitely connect further on, some of these topics that you covered. I think it's very, very important, especially considering the fact that having a community, having an engaged community is a necessary recipe in this day and age. Yep. It's certainly one of the defining features of the Web3 era, to say the very least. I think, you can have an awesome product or service, but you can't get away with either having a, you could say an abysmal or a mediocre community, or have let's say a poor, toxic community, or a non-existent community.
Yep. Yeah. And I think, what's interesting, you could say you have all three of those things. And yeah, I would say the drag on your business is pretty similar across all of them, right? Not having a community is very similar to having a bad community, right? And the very
good point.
The levels in between those, like, it gets worse and worse. But I think the drop off from having a good, healthy community from having a poor or kind of struggling community is significant.
And, there's this really great quote, and, many people in my life have said it, but I think it rings very true. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And I think you see kind of how the way we do things actually is reflected and is represented in, let's say our personal and family life, let's say our business life and everything else. Like, all these things don't exist in a vacuum.
That's true. And I think if you are a company that really cares about your customer, that will show up in the way that you engage with community, whether or not you have empathy for your customer, whether or not you care about your customer's experience, whether or not you care about what's important to your customer, that will show up in how you manage your community. If you are somebody who is really internally focused and thinking about, hey, how I think I know best, that is also
Right.
going to show up in your community. And so I
Very
think
true,
that's right. And it was Maya Angelou that said, when someone tells you who they are, believe them the first time. I think that applies.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That
Very
applies
true.
in community as well, and for organizations.
Absolutely. Well, Michael, it was an absolute pleasure, having you on. Going through the minutia, the nuances, and kind of this deep dive into the rabbit hole of the importance of a community. This is something that has to absolutely be stressed in any type of startup venture. These are the pillars of the foundation of the values, the product, the service, and ultimately the future success. So
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. Well, thank you so much for having me. And hopefully I hear from some folks on the call, and hopefully this was a good use of people's time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. All right. Hey, Javi, how's it going?
Good. How are you, man?
So, good. Just wanted
That
to give
was
everybody a quick
great.
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to give everybody a quick announcement. So, CTO Dimitri, he is a little preoccupied at the moment. So, Javi, you and I will be delivering the final word and the ending comments for today. So, I would say, please, you first, because I tend to be a little bit of a chatterbox. So, go ahead.
No, yeah. I mean, like for me, obviously, another great 2 days of educational insight. I think overall, what I really enjoy the most out of all these events that Glorium Technologies puts on and lets me be, co-host is the fact that like what can happen afterwards, right? So I think everyone is excited and everyone learned a lot of great information. Probably people got some strategies or tactics they can implement, but like don't let it stop there, right? I think one of the things that has helped me a lot in like connecting with these speakers offline, continuing that relationship, not really, trying to sell or gain anything from it, but just building a authentic, really relationship. So especially as I travel across the country and host other events, I get to sometimes re-meet up with these individuals. So it's been a good, learning curve. I love that last topic with community. I think if COVID taught us anything, we're tribal people. We need to find our communities.
Yeah.
And, I've been part of both ends of toxic communities and, really good communities. And, I definitely don't want to go back to those toxic ones. And it could be, the make it or break it for your business, especially at an early stage startup.
Yeah. And I think that's very, very well said. And I think the lockdown, the pandemic really demonstrated to a lot of people the value of community. And of course, we all want to avoid the toxic ones and the terrible ones. But having a community is one of these necessary, I would say almost evolutionary needs that we as people have. Having a community, this is what makes people happy, functional, and productive. This also, by virtue of having community, this is how we learn things. Nothing can really exist in a vacuum and become better, over time as well. So, and of course, like, people who are kind of, predisposed to be know-it-alls, those are some of the most, disadvantaged individuals, to honestly believe one really knows everything there needs to be known, at this, at this point in time. And, in my experience, and I'm sure you've seen it at conferences, among the most accomplished, individuals, whether it's in Web3 or elsewhere, they have a level of, security and confidence, and not arrogance, but there's no type of attitude, I'm a know-it-all type of thing. And I think part of the reason why people get to that type of success, because they are acutely aware of what they need to know, what they should know, and what to do next. And I think having these type of conferences is a great way to bring people and, bring ideas together. I mean, storytelling is effectively what built every and any society across the planet. And if anything, this exchange of information is effectively, storytelling as well. Storytelling was the way that, the ancient, prehistoric, let's say Neanderthals and then Homo sapiens, people started building language from there. People started building art from there. People started building science from there. So, all these interactions, all these communications are very, very important. And perhaps probably a lot more important than we realize, at this very moment, because you never know which contact, which friend, which acquaintance, ends up opening another door or window down the line. And in turn, you never know who you will end up helping out, later down the line as well. So, this was an absolutely great, summit. It was an absolute pleasure to meet all of you and, learn so much about startups and growth and scaling and learning really the necessary pillars to create not just a great company, but a great culture. So, again, it was an absolute pleasure. And, thank you to Glorium Technologies and the team for inviting me on. I absolutely loved it. This was an excellent time. And, I look forward to future ones. So, there's my piece.
No, that was very well said. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I want to thank Glorium Technologies for hosting this. Adam, it was an absolute pleasure spending the last 2 days.
Likewise, Javi.
With you.
Absolute pleasure.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where, something, going back to something that you said, I think we're all like, one conversation, one tweet, one picture, one video, one thing we say, away from changing the trajectory of our lives. So just like, don't be afraid to shoot your shot. Like the worst thing that can happen is no, right? Or nothing.
Absolutely.
So
honestly, I don't think I can
that,
add anything to that. That's great.
So I think overall, yeah, I mean, it's a blessing that I get to meet really interesting people like yourself and just some of these speakers.
Thank you.
They're
Likewise.
obviously up here for a reason. And I think it's one of those where we, there's so many different ways to acquire information nowadays. And I think, just taking it with a grain of salt, because this is just like, one person's point of view doesn't mean they're right or wrong. So,
Right.
take advantage of all the resources and educational content you receive today and just put it to work, because I've been there where I'm super hyped, excited after a conference, but then like, I don't apply or execute on any of the things that I've learned, and really set me back. So, words of encouragement, just get it done, execute.
Well, and I know you do a lot of these conferences too, but don't look at it necessarily as a negative thing. In fact, I guess maybe timing is a thing, but maybe you're not supposed to do what you're supposed to do, maybe until, let's say, another 5 or 10 conferences down the line, because you may not, we as humans, we may not exactly know what to do with the information we have until maybe either certain events or certain people that we meet. And there's a lot of information that goes along with this. I think half the time, if you do a conference and you're hosting and you're a participant in this, it's a lot of information. And in fact, probably the human brain probably needs at least a few days up to a week to even process it, so to say. And then it's kind of like, you're walking around, you're either doing grocery shopping or you're at the beach or you're at the gym, and all of a sudden, like, a great idea pops into your head and somehow things just kind of make sense. And it could have been from like, going to that conference from like 3 weeks ago. And now all of a sudden, whatever you learned from there, you now kind of know, what to do. So, that's how I look at it. I think, I think whenever that moment comes, I just think we just need to be patient with ourselves, and, I think, always be of the mind that moment will, come as well. So, either, you could say physically, psychologically, emotionally, kind of, be patient. Because, like I said, I couldn't tell you how many times I have moments I learned something or I go to some sort of conference like a month ago. And then like a month later, I am doing something completely unrelated. This could be like going to the car wash or, or something like that. And all of a sudden, clicks. I know what to do now. I know what person I need to reach out. I know what next step I need to do. So, I would say this: relax, and you'd probably be surprised, I think, whenever that switch comes on.
I agree. That was very well. Oh, am I on mute? No. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, that was very well said. I wouldn't add anything else to that. So, I want to thank everyone that came and spent the last 2 days with us. I have to step out, but Adam, I don't know if you're going to be continuing the conversation a little bit longer, but
no, I think we covered it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, thank you to Andre and all the Glorium Technology staff that helped us put this together. It's been an absolute pleasure being here with y'all. And thank you to all our speakers for spending some time and sharing their knowledge with us. So, Adam, until next time.
Until next time. Yep.